All right, we live. We are live. About time them niggas shut that bullshit down. Hold on, family. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. So, before I play one song and we begin, Smash Rockwell had a live. Um, Bunch of lying and bullshitting going on, and we're gonna kill all that shit. Cause I've killed it before, and people are just late. People are late to the party. All right, so let me just play one song and build the beat. This is gonna be a very what's up, Luxu? This is gonna be a very, very um, interesting and humorous and live stream. What did I do? Okay, there we go. All right, so I'm gonna make it hot. We're gonna learn something, and after this, you guys should side eye a lot of these people, right? You should side eye a lot of these people.
shining like a light in the nighttime. Loving everything that you got, thinking that it might be the right time to take this party to the next spot. Shining like a light in the nighttime. Loving everything that you got, thinking that it might be the right time to take this party to the next spot. Alright, okay, I never felt this way. Okay, alright, let's get it on tonight. Alright, okay, I never felt this way. Okay, alright, let's get it on tonight. Shining like a light. Shining like a light. Shining like a light in the nighttime. Loving everything that you got. Shining like a light in the nighttime. Loving everything that you got. Thinking that it might be the right time to take this party to the next spot.
All right. That is my shit right there. Right? It's called The Right Time by a group called Tuxedo. Now that's probably the only song I play. People always ask me, "What's the name of that song?" They just love that song, right? So I'll be bumping it, man. So what's happening, fam? So Brad Bard Burns, that is called "The Right Time" by Tuxedo. That shit was jamming. What's up, Rashonda, Dr. Banoob, Sammy Da Silva, Bard Burns, okay, Blasian King, Dr. Banoob, JC, Squally Vision, Malik Omar, yes sir. The Arabic name I cannot pronounce, Luxa, JC. What's happening, y'all? So, what's up, Justice Amir? Tune in. So, Justice Amir, aka Ngozi, was killing them today over there on Smash Rockwell's channel. Just straight killing them. People was just in their feelings. Hey, Regina Lowry, with your little cute self. We got Rashonda Hayward's little fine ass up in here. And now we got Regina Lowry's little sexy cute ass up in here. Hey, so check this out. Let me shut all that bullshit down. First of all, my topic here is about who came from the South. Who is these people talking about? Right? Who are they really talking about, and who have they been lying about? And we're going to shut that down and expose the conscious community on that, right? So, atop of that, I just want to briefly, before I get into all that, let people know, because they were talking about the Afro-Asiatic language over there on Smash Rockwell's channels, and niggas was repping that it's not a good language phylum, and people was on there lying and shit, and the guy Camjiverse on there clearly said out his mouth when Ankh nailed him down. First time Ankh's been right in a few years. But he's right because I taught him Negro Egyptian was some bullshit. He didn't know until I broke it down, right? So, Ankh nailed him down. What is the alternative? And he said Negro Egyptian. Clear out his mouth. He's a student of Asar Imhotep and Asar Imhotep's linguistics and Asar Imhotep's people he look up to. He's a student of them. But he likes to claim he don't agree with Asar Imhotep, but that's just the jive that Cam Javerse is filled with. And Cam Javerse it can come on here and we can talk. What's up, Gully? So that's just a jive. And he said he's replacing it with Negro Egyptian. I want to play his words, but I don't know the time step. He clearly said out of his mouth Negro Egyptian. Now, let's just go on ahead and see. Hold on. Let me present. Share my damn screen. Oh, we're going to have fun. We're going to have fun. And I'm going to shut that bullshit down. So, let me just show you. Because right here, people don't remember. This was 3 years ago. I told people, along with Team Osiris, Team Osiris was telling everybody Osiris was wrong. Before I was. They was like Osiris wrong before Chief X was. Now, I took it a step further and just told people, hey, you know what? Asar is intentionally teaching pseudo linguistics on purpose to the people. And I went into his upload. Wait a minute, am I sharing my screen? Hold on. And I shared people 2 years ago, right here. Talk crazy. Like, let me pause. Asar Imhotep, aka Harold Johnson, exposed. This was 3 years ago. And I went into why. Now check this out. People got pissed at me for doing this. They just didn't know any better. Right? So let me go to right here. So he defaults to Negro Egyptian, which is some bullshit Asar Imhotep was doing in teaching pseudo linguistics. I broke this down 3 years ago. What they're doing is so pseudo. Cam Javerse is so pseudo. Asar is so pseudo. The Negro Egyptian that they lean on, Asar tried to upload on Wikipedia. Right here, you can see. And Wikipedia called it or has it under non-scientific content. And they rejected it. This is why you cannot see any upload on Wikipedia of Negro Egyptian. Because it was that pseudo and that much bullshit. This is who these niggas in the chat was cheering on. And the same shit I tore down 3 years ago. Keep that shit real. Let's go.
So squad will the Amenra squad will well, let me just say this. He tries to upload what he used to call Negro Liquor. He changed the name now to, I can't even pronounce it. But anyway, Negro Egyptian languages. What his SARS attempt is just like a lot of other Egyptomaniacs, is to try their best and manipulate shit to have an Egyptian and a Black American connection. Negro Egyptian languages. Wikipedia didn't catch this at first because it says, let's read. This is recently accepted AFC article. Most AFC reviewers don't know much about linguistics. It's a deep subject and it's technical. So this went through as seemingly genuine content.
I paused. It's not genuine content. It's straight 100% bullshit. This is what Cam Javerse is pushing. Let's go.
Right? So they found them a linguistic expert to check this shit. And they threw it out because they felt it was some bullshit and pseudo. And they were right. This recently accepted AFC article, most AFC reviewers don't know much about linguistics, so this went through as seemingly genuine content. Okay? This is obviously original research done by someone going by the pseudonym of Asar Imhotep.
Ah! Fake ass name, and they know who uploaded it. Asar Imhotep. Wikipedia called him out. You niggas sit your ass down. You tell Camjiverse to sit his ass down. Let's go.
AKA Harold Johnson. The article was written by Daniel Power of God.
Pause. Daniel Power of God. Because he chose that name trying to hide and bullshit because he used to be a Hebrew Israelite. So Daniel Power of God was fitting name for Asar.
Now, you know Asar used to be a Hebrew Israelite. That's why.
Now, let me get up off that. I smashed that shit 3 years ago. You niggas is late. Yeah, Asar tried to become a Wikipedia editor and upload that bullshit, and they shut down the Negro Egyptian upload because it was pseudo linguistics and 100% bullshit. Everything I said, I proved. Everything I say today, I will prove. Niggas over here cash apping motherfuckers and super chatting niggas for lies. Paying for lies for 4 hours today. Dumb motherfuckers. I'm telling you, dumb. Ignorant. Now, they went in with this Negro Egyptian thing is because what? You niggas know. Niggas. I'm gonna stop saying niggas so goddamn much. It's just a habit. It's part of my. Listen. The word itself, Negro Egyptian. Who's a Negro? I'm a Negro. 90% of y'all listen to me are a Negro. So what he's trying to do is bunch it together and say Negroes are Egyptian. It's part of our language family, and we jump that off. It spuns from us, Negro Egyptian. He's trying to blend the two. Black American, Egyptian. Black, Egyptian. Negro in Spanish means black. Stop playing, y'all. How you don't see the fuckery is on you. And if anybody believe that shit, that's just on them. They're a piece of shit anyway. And they should be sterilized so they won't procreate and bring more dumbass people into the world. All them niggas need to be sterilized quickly. Okay? Now, we killing that Camden versus Negro Egyptian bullshit they was talking. Afro-Asiatic is a legit category. And all of academia agrees it is. 99%. Now, a dumb motherfucker can lean on the 1% who don't. But that's just on your dumb ass. We are not experts. I don't know shit about linguistics. You don't know shit about linguistics. Niggas in that conversation don't even know shit about linguistics. So what you do, you shut your mouth and you let the experts tell you, and you go with the goddamn consensus, and the consensus says Asar Imhotep and Camjiverse is pseudo-linguistic pushers, and they're fucking liars. Period. Can we move on from them? Okay. Now, to smash Rockwell, the title of his video said Nubians and shit, right? And they've been trying to push Nubians to be Egyptians, and I'll show you. And these niggas can't run from it. They need to really apologize. And you niggas should say, matter of fact, y'all should have said when they was having that Negro Egyptian Afro-Asiatic conversation, somebody should have said, you know what, stop that shit. Chief X been debunked that shit 3 years ago. Go to Chief X page. called Asar Imhotep Exposed, and watch the video. You niggas would win a lot of arguments if you would just reference me. Reference my video. Bring them over here to me. Say, hey, what the hell is y'all doing talking about Chief X's subject without him on the goddamn panel? What are you scared of? Call these niggas out. Now let's go. Let me do this first. This was something Asar said in his video today, and I'm going to hold him to it, and we're going to call him on it. Let me turn this speaker on and put it up to my earphone speaker. Okay, so look, we're going to call you on this, and we're going to do exactly it. His title of his video today was Nubia, Look How They Messed Up DNA. Okay.
They just are trying to get to the root of things. So they go south, deeper into Africa, and what some of us would call sub-Saharan Africa. Into Africa. It's for the reasons that they just are trying to get to the root of things.
Let's get to the root.
So they go south, deeper into Africa, and what some of us would call sub-Saharan Africa.
All right. Since he claims he likes to go deep, deep into the south, into what we call sub-Saharan Africa, why aren't you niggas never there teaching about it? You niggas always running your mouth talking about they came from the south. They came from the south. Dr. Ben lying ass. They came from the south. Ashwaquazi's lying ass. They came from the south. Sarah Sutin lying ass. They came from the south. Brother Reggie's lying ass. They came from the south. Brother Reggie doubles down. The Nubians built the pyramids. What? Oh, wait. God damn. The Nubians built the pyramids now, Reggie? Not the Egyptians? Let me shut my door. Hold on. It's about to get ignorant. Yes, indeedy. I wrote graffiti. Oh, we about to get ignorant right now. We got to get ignorant right now. Let me tell you, they came from the south. They came from the south. Shut your mouth. Check this out. He wants to go deep into it. Now, let me tell you something. All these cats lying, talking about they came from the south. Why aren't you guys going down to the south and teaching people about them people who from the south? Deep, deep, deep south. Like he said, right? Chief X gonna take you to the motherfucking south, since that's where you wanna go. And we're gonna clarify some shit, right? Let me share my screen and let's do this, and let's just start off here. Hold on 1 second, people. Let's start off here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let me not start there. Let's do this. Let me turn my tablet on. Because we're in the South today. Now, let's go. Now, I don't... Okay, there we go. Now it's blowing up. See, this is what Reggie and all these Afrocentrics have done to your mind. Why is this thing not expanding? Hold on, y'all. let me do this first. Hold on, y'all. Let me do this first. One sec. Let me find it. Let me do this first. I got to play Reggie's words so you can hear it out his mouth. I don't want to think nobody's lying on nobody. Okay. This video right here I made, it's called Brother Reggie Caught Lying and Being a Devil. And I said intellectual treason, get a rope. So let's just go over what he said. And Reggie done this same thing right here. And he put together these pictures. And claiming that these are the people who built the pyramids. And he clearly said out his mouth, Nubians built the pyramids. Let's go.
These are Nubian people. He calls them Nuba. Then he calls them Nubian. Now, Nuba and Nubian people are different, but he didn't know any better. I'll let that slide. So let's just make them Nuba and Nubian people. Okay? He said that they built the pyramids in Egypt. He lied, and he's trying to give the impression that these are Egyptian people, and this is how the original Egyptian people, and they're black. Then he put some Egyptian artwork here, a coffin, and artwork, to show that they resemble Egyptians, and these are the pyramid builders. And they said Nubians built the pyramids.
Now I'm pausing. I'm just showing you right now how these guys, for decades upon decades, have played picture games to manipulate your mind. And we're gonna get into it, but hold on. Just pay attention.
Pyramids. Then he lies and said he didn't say that because he knows that's a lie. And when you expose him, once you figure out he said a lie, he tries to switch. He's an evil and wicked man, and we need to rid the community of his type. Listen.
The Africans, look at their hair texture. They have various types of hair texture. But these people are the Nubians. But these people are the Nubians texture. But these people are the Nubians. Nubians come in all different skin colors. These are the pyramid builders, all different skin colors. These are the pyramid builders, all different skin colors. These are the pyramid builders. Now the Arab skin colors.
Now pause. You heard him say these Nubian people are the pyramid builders. Also, he said these are Nubians and these are Nuba people. And we're going to go over the Nuba people today. We're going to shut that down. So I just want to play his words. We're clear. Reggie said Nubians built the pyramids, and I called him on this, on Sonetter, and then he switched. Watch.
These are the pyramid builders. Now the Arab groups.
I never said it. And no, Reggie did say.
Who built them, I said? Oh, in the civilization, pyramids.
City cut me.
Mound in the Western.
That's me on the panel. I called him on that lie. Watch.
Desert. So, Reggie, who built the pyramids?
Yeah, that was going to be my next question.
Just for clarification, Reggie.
Hold on, Chief. Hold on, Reggie.
This whole show, they tried to stop me from speaking. They didn't want the truth to come out. Let's go watch.
I asked you who built the pyramids.
City cut me off. I was letting them know Reggie did say the Nubians built them.
Who built them? I said. Oh, the people we call the ancient Egyptians.
Now.
Were they African? Oh, the people we call the ancient Egyptians. Who built them? I said. Oh, the people we call the ancient Egyptians.
See, this is why his presentation.
Now, stop, family. Stop. Clear contradiction and lie, and he only switched because Chief X called him on it on the panel. This is a nigga was begging for cash apps today, and you guys gave him a little cash app In other words, you happily paid for lies. You deceitful, gullible people. Happily paid for lies. Now, let me go back to where I was.
This is how gullible you are, kid. Now he tells you no, Nubians didn't. And you still donated to him and dismissed me. You dismissed the truth teller and gave money to the devil. You suck.
Okay, now we're going to get off that one. I just wanted to be clear. You guys heard the lie. And we're going to break down. We're going to the South today. We are going south since that's where they want to go. So you see the picture collage Reggie did, right? His homies and Afrocentrics have been doing this forever. Picture games. And we're going to see. Let's get it in. These picture games is what they do. Now, if you're looking, you guys know I did a presentation on the hair and that these aren't waves, they're cap crowns, right? I proved all this. So all this shit they've been Afrocentrics been doing and trying to make correlations and shit is a bunch of lies and bullshit. But let's finish though. Hold on. Like this one. This is not the same hairstyle. And these are not Egyptian women at the bottom. These are women that are on my thumbnail. They're from the Hammer tribe. Hammer tribe. So they fool you with these picture games and they try to correlate that these are the Egyptians. Oh, we're gonna go in today. Hold on. Let me just show you a few more picture games that these niggas have always done and they never correct. Hold on. This type of shit. Now, although on the left they are Nubians, but they're putting these collages together to even act like these people on the left are Egyptians. They just didn't know that they were Nubians, right? It's not the same hairstyle. But hold on. This type of shit they've been doing and trying to correlate. You see the guy in the top left corner? Top left corner, he's a Nilotic with the scarification. Right? And they've all tried to correlate these Ethiopians, Nubians, Afar people, Hammer tribe, and all these people and tell you that they're Egyptians. They've been lying to you forever. Mayat got this picture right here in his background, acting like the Egyptians is black. These are the games and picture games that they've played. You see this guy in the middle right here? He's an Afar. He's not an Egyptian. They weren't Egyptian. We're going to break all this down tonight. Now, let's show who some of these Nilotics is. Hold on. I gave a presentation on this shit. Wait a minute. Am I sharing my screen? I am so sorry. Hold on. Hold on. I don't even know if them pictures showed up. I'm my bad. Now, So I hope this picture was up there when I was sharing my screen. Okay. These are the same Nilotics. A group of Sudanese slave girls recently captured at Cairo. This is an old drawing. They got the scarification on their head. What's this one? More slave trading in Cairo in Egypt. They snatching these Nilotics up. Let's continue. Hold on. Same people. Nilotics. You see the scarification on his head? You see the scarification? Huh? These is ones they snatched up. Scarification. Now, let's just nail down who they really talking about. Hold on, let me find the. Let's hear Smashwell rapping about it. They've been lying so much and trying to make Nubians and all these people Egyptians so much. He made a rap. He put in his rap song. Listen.
They said Jeshurun got a false door in it, the Nubian flow. That's before Kemet, my Kim Key got rubies and gold. And it's fit for a Kushite king, but what it look like? The green Sahara ring bearer bring terror to your satellite kingdom, so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. The satellite kingdom, so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush with the kingdom, so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush.
Scarification look like wavy line pottery. He got that in his rap song. I like this song though, but check it out again.
With the black top pots, bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush with.
Okay, scarification look like wavy line pottery. Okay, that's nice. Well, let's get into these scarification people. Let's get into these people who you guys claim started ancient Egypt. Lying ass nigga. Oh, they started ancient Egypt. This is a picture of a Hammer tribe woman. That's not even dreadlocks. It's tightly curled hair. They use like a stick or a pencil and they wrap this stuff around it and make it straighter and curly like that. Ethiopian Hammer tribe, nigga. These ain't no Egyptians. They've been the Hammer tribe. They've been a Nilotic forever. Let's stop the cap. Hammer tribe. You see all them pictures I was showing you earlier when they putting these picture games and collages together and trying to make you think that these people are the Egyptian? That's these people right here in real time. Stop the cap. That's these people in real time. You see the red dye all around her head, all still wet. She just finished doing her hair. Y'all gonna keep lying on these people right here and telling them they Egyptian. They ain't told you they Egyptian. And none of these people told you they started the Egyptian dynasty. Since y'all want to go down south, let's go down south and talk about it. They don't call themselves Egyptians. They don't claim to start no Egyptian dynasty. They ain't claim to start Dynasty 1. Why is you black Americans lying on these innocent people who's just trying to survive? You black Americans got to lie on these people right here for no reason because you want Egypt to be black. And we're going to show you how they all living in 2023. We're going to show you how they living in 1950, 2023. Back then, now, they've always been snatched up by Arabs. You trying to tell me they built the pyramids? The Hammer tribe. You guys want to go back to African spirituality? I heard yesterday on Sonetta. A dear nigga was arguing to go back to African spirituality. It's supposed to raise us up and help us. Okay, you want to go back to this spirituality? Guess what? Half these women have been sold up. They're disrespected by the men. They have no rights. Is this what you want to go back to? Circumcision on their pussies? I'm going to show you it all. You guys want to go back to African spirituality? All these niggas that talking about let's go back to African spirituality, they want to take you backwards to some primitive shit. I told people right now, Christianity is more progressive than any African spirituality, any ancient African religion. Christianity would be a progressive thing. You setting your shit back, embracing Ifa, embracing anything African spirituality, you're going backwards to something more primitive. I'm going to show you. Show them, Chief X. Let's go. We're going to talk tonight. Tell these niggas, since they say they came from the South, why ain't you niggas in the South showing us the South culture? Showing us what they believe in the South. Showing them these superstitions that they had all in the South. Why you niggas is all up in the North bullshitting, huh? Why you niggas on vacation going to the North? You ain't never went to the West. You ain't in the South. You in the North fucking with Caucasians. Let's go. Let's get it. So the Hammer tribe, right? Okay. Let's go. Let's talk about it. Let me get my tablet back on so I can see some comments. How they all living. Okay. Let me hit play. Just listen for a second.
Green leaf might look pretty simple, but
she's a Hammer tribe woman. This is the Hammer tribe. These ain't Egyptians. Why you gotta lie on these people?
It is saving lives in Africa. You know, you see sometimes African kids with distended bellies. It's actually something called kwashiorkor, and it's from malnutrition. So when children don't get enough protein, vitamins, things like that, their stomach...
Nah. You got to have white boys going over there to look out for these people, to donate to these people, to help these people out in their life. And what you niggas doing? Running your ass to Caucasian lands. Going to Egypt, right? All up in Egypt. Where's Anthony Browder? Raising funds for a dig in Caucasian land. Why he don't raise funds and go to the South where he claimed they came from? Why ain't Anthony Browder right here next to this white boy helping these kids keep these people out? Huh? Why ain't none of these niggas doing digs? Why ain't they picking up money and donating to these people? All you niggas talking about this South shit, but you guys are nowhere in the South. You ain't talking about South history. You ain't talking about people's history in the South. You ain't helping out in the South. I mean, listen here. Anthony Browder, the money you guys think you donating to Anthony Browder, it's going to some white boys in the UK. They are the ones who was ahead of that dig, not him. He's just bullshitting you, and I proved that in the video about him, and I exposed him. He has his own LLC that he connected to their organization, and when you guys pay him, he gives some of that money to them, and then he takes a fucking trip to Egypt on y'all's dime and go on vacation.
Makes the stem. Moringa is changing that. It's a new plant in Africa, and many people are eating it because it fights malnutrition. In the Western world, we pay top dollar to have it in our green.
Now, that's the Hammer tribe. Hold on.
Smoothies here in our throats. Okay, this too wrong. Issue was I was trying to take like a big ass chunk, and then it's not tequila shots, Mike. Relax.
Not shut.
Here's the game.
Pause. Where the black Americans at?
Spin the coin. You stop it. I don't. All I got is these beads. They don't do very much. That's good.
Where's the coffee?
The coffee's in my backpack.
You're trying to tell me his people built the pyramids. You're trying to tell me, Reggie, that these Nilots, these Nubians, and these people that, way down south was way up in Alexandria on the border of the Mediterranean building the Sphinx, the Pyramid of Giza way up north, but all of a sudden, he can't put no bricks together to build a proper house? Is this what you niggas is trying to tell me? That someone like him and his people built the pyramids? Is this what y'all trying to tell me?
Yeah.
So, look at this.
You trying to tell me the people who built the pyramids now sleep on dirt? Is that what y'all telling me? Okay. Let me continue. Let's move on from that. Now, these are the Afar people I will show you. Let's go. This is not the Hammer tribe. This is the Afar people who they also put in pictures and try to act like they're Egyptian. Let's go.
Currently under arrest. Circumcision, a traditional practice here, has led to the deaths of uncountable women and girls. Traditional practice here has led to the deaths of uncountable women and girls. A traditional practice here has led to the deaths of Circumcision, a traditional practice here, has led to the deaths of uncountable women. Circumcision, a traditional practice here.
Now, y'all say let's get back to African spirituality, right? Well, let's go back to doing some more circumcision, like she said, the Afar people. Did y'all? Did Smash Rockwell? Did Reggie? Did any of these niggas running their mouth tell you that the Afar people practice circumcision on their women? The Egyptians didn't practice no circumcision on women. The Afar people did. Now you see the dude with the afro that walked by? Let's go.
Has led to the death. Circumcision.
Bam, right there. On the left. That's them pictures they be showing you with niggas with hair like that and trying to relate you to them being ancient Egyptians. 100% bullshit.
Traditional practice here has led to the deaths of uncountable women and girls. And yet, there is no reason that it should happen at all, other than tradition and...
Ain't these are the Afar girls? They be acting like these Egyptians had long hair like this. These people ain't even you. They're admixed.
Custom. Because of that custom...
These are Afar girls, way down south. Way down south. So Chief X said he gonna take you down south. Since Smash Rockwell and Reggie and Sarah Seti and Ashra Kwesi and Dr. Ben, since they don't want to take you down here and show you the reality, Chief X gonna do it for you.
The human rights of every girl in Afar are threatened.
What? The human rights of these girls are threatened, but y'all want to go back to African spirituality. Y'all want to go back to circumcision? And you guys are teaching black Americans this in 2023.
The rights of every girl in Afar are threatened. Since 2008, UNFPA, in partnership with UNICEF and other NGOs, has been working towards the abandonment of circumcision, or female genital mutilation, FGM.
You're trying to tell me, Brother Reggie, that these Nuba, these Nilots, and these Nubians, And these all kind of different nomads built the pyramids. So I'm taking you to South so you can see the South.
In the Afar region. Working with trusted local facilitators, the message that it
You
is a
see these cows, they worship these cows. We're going to get into all that. Let's go.
bad thing and must be stopped for the sake of women's and girls'
You
health.
telling me they put the Sphinx together, huh, Reggie? Come on, man. Stop the cap.
Is slowly being taken into the communities where it is needed.
These are pictures of a woman. He was showing women who belong to this tribe. That's what Reggie was showing when he put together that picture collage. And then he said, you heard him, the Nubians, they built the pyramids. And he had pictures of people like this. They're manipulating your mind with this fuckery. So let's get up off this. That's the Afar. We talked about the Hammer tribe already, right? Let's go to some more South people. These are the Nuba people. So we talked about the Afar. We talked about the Hammer tribe. Here goes some Nuba tribes in 1950. Teach, CFX. Why is this taking so goddamn long?
And range from 300 to 3,600 feet in height. Women are returning to the village carrying water collected from far away in large gourds. Their elongated silhouettes are astonishingly regal and beautiful. The Nuba people have been victims of Arab slave traders for centuries. And
What? They've been victims, huh? Y'all don't give a fuck about the victims, right? The Nuba people have been victims of Arab slave traders for centuries. Same people the Egyptians had lined up. You seen the art I showed you. Let's go.
Have learned how to protect. People have been victims of Arab slave traders for centuries, and the Nuba people have been victims of Arab slave traders for centuries, and have learned how to protect themselves in these tiny villages, tucked among forbidding cliffs and
This is 1954.
peaks. Water comes from springs and percolation pockets. Some tribes have remained isolated from each other with little or no social interaction.
Isolation with little social interaction. This what keeps sub-Saharan Africa poor. They're landlocked. They're isolated. They're not doing trade and business with the Mediterranean world and learning and exchanging ideas, so they remain poor and downtrodden.
They speak close to 100 different dialects. The Nuba are essentially farmers. They are animists and worship their cattle, which they believe harbor the farmers. They are animists and worship their cattle, which they believe essentially farmers. They are animists and worship their cattle, which they believe harbor the ghost of their ancestor.
Let's go back to African spirituality, y'all said, right? Matter of fact, this is not even West African, Central African spirituality. This is that spirituality in the South. They came from the South, y'all said, right?
Therefore, their cattle, which they believe harbor the ghost of their ancestor, and worship their cattle, which they believe harbor the ghost of their ancestor.
Let's go back to their African spirituality and let's believe that the cattle harbor the ghost of our ancestors. Y'all want to go back to African spirituality, or you want to straighten your mind out right now and say, you know what? Chief X, I was tripping. I don't want to go back to African spirituality. That shit was fucked up. African spirituality got their ass enslaved. Hold on, y'all. My lady friend calling me. Hold on. What's up, baby girl? You looking cute today. Yes, I am. Bye, sweetheart. But you do look cute, though. All right. She be FaceTiming a nigga. Okay, let me speed this up. Okay, so let's go back to this African spirituality. How y'all feel about it? Y'all want to do it? Y'all want to go backwards? Well, next time somebody say, let's get back to African spirituality, remember that Chief X says, no, 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 no. Don't go back primitive shit. We trying to progress. This is 2023. You don't go backwards at all to a motherfucking thing. You stupid fucks. You got these niggas romanticizing your mind and manipulating your mind and thinking that going backwards is some good thing. Here go Ben, Black Panther of the Maasai, repping Ephah and all this old fuck shit. Don't let me do a thing on that and talk about them goddamn superstitions and go backwards. Don't make me do it.
Therefore, it will be rarely sacrificed for food. Therefore, it will be rarely sacrificed for food.
They're gonna rarely sacrifice that cow for food because they believe in a superstition so goddamn much. God damn! Oh, by the way, Nuba people, the Nubian people, Cushitic people, Afar people, Hammer tribe, they are not my people. But respect and I care for them. But they not my people. Let's get that straight. So the Nuba people, the Hammer tribe, the Afar, they're all related and fuck with that cattle. They all have the same similar culture. And I'm proving that today. Let's go back to African spirituality. Now you better stay your ass in the black church. I'm telling you that right now. You better stay sitting next to Big Mama and taking communion. What you say counts of nice ears? Yep. So you can quit lying on them and disrespecting their culture and trying to make them grandiose more so than they were or are. Niggas been lying on Black Americans, been lying on West Africans, they've been lying on Egyptians, they've been lying on the people in the South, they've been lying on the entire continent of Africa. They said the Egyptians came here in boats. When did the Egyptians tell you that shit? Where is the writing that the Egyptians said they came to the Americas by ship? You niggas lied on the Egyptians. You niggas lied on West and Central Africans. They never told y'all ass that. So what the fuck is you talking about? They came here to the Americas on ships. Who told you that? I'm going to tell you who told you that. These lying ass Afrocentrics told you that. Right? All these lying ass Afrocentrics told you that. But the ancient Egyptians never did. West and Central Africans did never tell you they came to the Americas on no goddamn boat. Where do y'all get that shit from? Black Americans making up shit because they're ashamed they're sub-Saharan African. Let's go into the shame they are on. Let's go. I'm sick of these niggas. I used to think some of these cats was on point and real. And I can't believe how I'm literally watching them intentionally lie for the last 2 years. I said, these niggas is demons. Yep. Yep. Let's go, Chief X. Teach. Let's go here. You know what? Let's do this. You know what? Let's do this. Here go them cows. And guess who over there helping? Guess who over there taking up donations? Guess who's trying to help these people get modern? The white boys. Do you see Anthony Browder taking donations to come help? Nope. Name a black American in the conscious community that's in the South giving these people help. None are. They don't give a fuck. They only care about Caucasoid Egypt. Let's go.
Pretty strong urine stream, so you can get a long shower that's also warm, while the air is cold at night. One of the perks of this procedure is that the urine dyes people's hair golden brown. To get this wonderful colour, they have to wash their hair with urine every day for a week and rub ashes into it in between. Like this local beauty named Kakule did. Half the kids here run
The way the scarification on the forehead.
around either completely naked or half naked. If they get cold, they can always warm up on a bed of warm ashes. Women are making breakfast, cooking something.
Короче, мне сейчас дали, значит...
Well, they just gave me a jar of fresh milk. They just milked a cow, so it's fresh, and that's okay. But the thing is, they washed the jar with cow urine. They wash everything with urine here. And you see, the fact that they washed it for me means they took a special care to make sure I drink out of a clean jar. It's a sign of respect, and they believe cow urine is the best cleaning agent in the world.
Let's go back to African spirituality, because cow urine is the shit. Cow urine is the shit. It's clean. It's sacred. Let's go back to this cow coat shit that Reggie and these niggas been talking about. Y'all said go back to African spirituality. All while you banging on my mama religion. All while you banging on my daddy and my grandmama and my grandpa's religion. You ain't touching none of these religions. You just want to bang on my mama religion. Why? When have you seen Chief X banging on Christianity? Why would I gang bang on my mama religion? Did you bang on this religion? Did you bang on this spirituality? Nope, you keep telling niggas let's go back to African spirituality. But you ain't showing them what that African spirituality is you want these niggas to go backwards to. Okay, let's go.
And so there's no turning down such an offering. I must try this milk. This would be a proper response to the sign of respect that they're showing me. A sign of respect too. So, wish me luck. I'm going to try this milk.
Попробуй, короче, это молоко. Кстати, потрясающе.
Okay.
Kalashnikov.
Просто молча мы едем по полю.
You know, we were just driving along, minding our business, and out of nowhere these guys showed up. Hey, you got room in your truck? And they jumped in before we even blinked. Let's go, they said. Did they ask where we were going? No, they didn't care as long as we're driving. I guess they'll just hop off whenever they decide it's time. And these are some serious guys. Here, check it out. This kid has a machete big enough for a Hulk, and this pal over here has an assault rifle. It's a Kalashnikov. No shit. It's a real deal. A real Kalashnikov.
Now pause. Guess what that machete and guess what that AK machine gun is for? Another Nilotic tribe to smoke their ass if they come over there tripping. The machine guns and machetes is to gang bang on each other. Black on black crime. Hey, let's go back to African spirituality. Oh, we are there. Look at the hip hop and the rappers killing each other. Oh, okay.
I'm on a new level. And to go at your short. And to go at your short. And to go young go jump. And to go young go jump. We're getting Lloyd. We're getting Lloyd. We're getting Minka Juba. We're getting Minka Juba. Can ping and the window my
It's the People Project, and today I'll take you to the place where lifestyles haven't changed much since a time well before the 21st. Take you to the place where lifestyles haven't changed much since People Project, and today I'll take you to the place where lifestyles haven't changed much Since a time well before the 21st century, to the place where lifestyles haven't changed much.
Stop the cap! These people have been doing this since time immemorial and has not changed. They did not build the pyramids. You niggas been lying. You niggas have been lying about Nilots, Nubians, Cushites, whatever the hell you want to call them. Nuba people, Hammer tribe, Afar tribe. You conscious community niggas been lying.
Since a time well before the 21st century, a place where a town is nothing but a spot in the wild with a bunch of sticks in the ground to tie the cows to for the night while people sleep right on the ground next to them. No houses, no huts of any kind for the night while people sleep right on the ground next to them. No houses, no huts of any cows to for the night while people sleep right on the ground next to them. No houses, no huts of any kind.
Stop the cap! Stop the cap! They did not build the pyramids. They did not tell you they built the pyramids. Where's these black Americans getting all this bullshit history and all this fake revised history from? I'm telling you when they getting it from. They getting it from their cult leader, Dr. Ben, who told you ignorant ass niggas that they came from the South, where God happy dwelled at the foothills of the mountain of the moon, way down in Uganda, Tanzania, you know what I mean, Ethiopia, the oh man, this is all that South shit we talking about right now. Why these niggas ain't took you to the South? Chief X gonna take you to the South today.
This is a bet.
Yo, y'all love the South so much. We in the South today.
Rows of sticks in the ground and a bunch of sticks on top of them. And here you go, the bed is ready. And this guy is going to spend all night here on this bed to make sure that no one can come close to his cows or steal any of them.
Dong bang dong. I'm on a new level.
I showed you a 1950 filming of the Nuba. These ain't even the Nuba. And the Nuba worship cattle this same way. They barely would kill the cattle so they can fucking feed themselves. Let's go back to African spirituality, huh? Let's go to the South.
Cows are the local currency. You trade cows for the rifles, machine guns, and even women. And you know what happens if a woman decides...
Let's go back to African spirituality. Let's trade cows for women and do all this shit.
Divorce her husband, who gave away his cows for her?
But when the woman who have got married with these cows should be also taken to prison.
People here drink cow's blood, rub ashes into the cow's skin.
If these women divorce their husband or leave their husband, they gotta go to prison. Oh, they didn't teach you about the South? They didn't teach you that the women in the South gotta go to prison if they leave their husband? Okay. Chief X will tell you.
And give their cows massage points.
But wait, y'all love donating to liars. You hate donating to the truth. But anyway, let's go.
And even blow air into their vaginas to increase fertility. Look what they got stashed here. A real badass machine gun, just like that. Like in a war movie. Like they're planning to take on an army or something. A freaking machine gun. Look at this, look at the ammo belt. Jeez, I'll be damned. Like, I don't know, it's like they're guarding Fort Knox here. Here, I'm going to try a dish that's even more bizarre than the dog meat I tried in North Korea. Crap, she's pouring cow pee into the yogurt.
Hit the number 8 if you can hear me.
I will also show you the most bizarre and spooky town you've ever seen that's been set up by the locals on a cemetery. Here you can see a bunch of kids playing, and look what they're standing on. A tombstone, you see? And all around here is this camp or a...
Wait, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Hit the number 8. Something wrong. Hold on. Can y'all hear me? Hit the number 8. Damn! There we go. I see some H now. I don't know why I couldn't hear the video, but hey, Patah Divine, man, I appreciate you, bro. Patah Divine, I appreciate you, bro. A real one. Donate for truth. Donate for truth. Thank you, Patah Divine. I appreciate $1, $5, $10. I'm appreciated for 50 cents. Okay, I appreciate you. Thanks, Bad Burns. Okay, check this out now. Let me turn this down and get back. Since I'm heard good, let me get back to teaching. Let's go back to the South. Since they don't want to take you to the South, Chief X gonna take you to the South today.
And two more are armed with Kalashnikov handheld machine guns that are capable of firing 150 rounds per minute. They're the machine gun of choice for at least 20 armies around the world. Lethal killing machines.
Hold up, wait a minute. Okay, this is not where I want to go. Okay, this is. Wait a minute. Let's let me just play a briefly of this. I don't know why I can't hear the audio of the video. Something happened, y'all. One second. Oh, never mind. I see it. I accidentally turned it down. Okay.
Local reporters are here, recording it on the phone. And check this, the temperature is 104 Fahrenheit. And this guy in a formal suit and formal shoes, he's a reporter on an assignment. This wrestler started with some dance routine.
Hold on, y'all.
And then all of a sudden started jumping. Here's another curious tradition.
Okay, hold on. All right. Let me get back to where I was. Let me just do this first. These like, hold on, y'all. This is another Ethiopian tribe in the south. These people are Admix. These are Horners. He got that loose curly hair. These are people Reggie was trying to show you and tell you they built the pyramid, but look in the background. She ain't built no. They ain't built no pyramids. Look at that loose curly hair. That ain't you. These are Horners. These are people in the south living bad. These are some more Afar people. I just looked. These are Afar people way down south. Nomadic huts, then. Passed down through generations. They never were in Egypt building anything. These niggas need to stop that shit. Okay. Now let me move from this and show this. This is what I really want to show. This is what I really want to get to. Hold on. This is what I took notes on. I wasn't even sharing my screen. I'm just here talking. Hold on, y'all. Where is the... Okay, this is what I wanted to talk about right here. It says 7 scariest days in Sudan, right? No, I went to the wrong one. I'm sorry. Hold on. There we go. They're talking about cursed kids, right? Let's listen for a second.
Types of curses. The first is when a baby's top teeth rid of cursed infants. There are 3 types of curses.
Let me just tell you what this is. This is the Hammer tribe, actually. Them people y'all calling Egyptian. They have a thing called Mingay kids, who they feel if their kids' teeth grow from the bottom first before the top, then that kid is cursed and they kill the kid. They're in business of killing the kid because they feel that cursed kid will bring them hell. But y'all want to go back to African spirituality. Listen.
The first is when a baby's top teeth come in before the bottom teeth. The second type refers to an illegitimate child not being sired by a husband. The third type is for babies sired by a husband who wasn't approved of by the elders. In all 3 cases, the village decides to kill the infant. And if the mother tries to escape, she'll be killed too. Lale.
Let's go back to African spirituality, y'all said. So we should have some cursed kids and kill them? Is that what y'all saying? They've been doing this for 1,000 years. These are not the Egyptians who built the pyramids, family.
He still remembers the first time he went to save a cursed baby.
In the other village. So they sent the messenger to tell me.
This is what Dr. Anthony Browder should be doing. Work like this man, trying to save these kids from getting killed. Because they're not cursed.
To come and rescue the child. But when I come to that village with motorbike, the child was left out of the village and given to dogs. Out of the village and given to dogs. Out of the village and given to dogs.
They let the dogs eat the baby. But y'all want to go back to African spirituality. Y'all are claiming these people built the pyramids down south. Using a goddamn lie.
So the dogs trying to eat the child, but I just arrived on time. It was very scary time. It's very scary. And the dogs, I have to...
He hiding the gun?
No, hiding what he killed. He said I didn't kill anything.
As I look around the village, I understand that Lale was right. In one corner, there's a bunch of men. They're sitting on pelts and low stools.
Now the men hold down the women in these tribes. That's not what they did in ancient Egypt, family. I'm sorry. How they hold them down? Just disrespectful to the women. And the men act like they special and the women ain't shit. This is their tradition. This is not an ancient Egyptian tradition. Watch.
Stools quite...
No, hiding what he killed. He said I didn't kill anything.
As I look around the village, I understand that Lale was right. In one corner, there's a bunch of men. They're sitting on pelts and low stools quite comfortably, chatting. Women are on the other corner. No pelts, no stools, nothing. Look at this woman's foot. It is terribly deformed, and she most certainly cannot walk well. And yet she gets no comfortable seating or anything. She's just sitting on the ground, nursing a baby.
Before, we were scared to talk about the Mingi problem, but thanks to Lale, we are much better informed now. And we have
Now, just explain what they're saying, because I've watched this several times when I was doing this research. This man is a so-called elder on the right, and he's trying to explain to this man who's trying to save kids from being killed, you know what I mean, who got some funding from white folk to save kids and build a school for them, as you'll see eventually. The guy on the right is lying and acting like they don't kill kids no more. But come to find out, they still do. In 2023.
to come to understand that killing infants is bad. We have accepted the Mingi in our village, and we are protecting them now. Many children are safe now. We saved their lives. What Lale said about the elders seems to be absolutely true too. After the government ordered to stop the killings, it has become all quiet.
20 years is quiet.
For 6 years. 6 years ago, we started protecting children after we put an end to all Mingi practices in the Kara tribe.
But honestly speaking, that's not true.
To find out the truth, we sit there nodding and smiling to the elders for a while, and then tell them it's too hot and ask for a break somewhere under a roof. They let us inside, and we see 2 women brewing coffee. Women, as mothers, must know the truth.
Can we ask her what is her name?
My name is Zelle.
Long she lives here. So this is her house, yeah?
It's a new house built just a year ago.
It's very calm and relaxed inside. There is a big pot on the fire. The woman of the house keeps blowing it up. It's cool in there. The air circulates through the walls made of big sticks. We know that no one is going to disturb us here for at least half an hour.
And she's married?
Yes, I'm married. When my father decided to marry me off, I had to love my husband. Father makes decisions for me, so I had to love him. If my father loves my husband, so do I. I was 9 at the time.
She was 9 when she had
9 or 10, yeah. Very young, small.
When Lale mentioned forced marriages, that's what he meant.
Pause. Forced marriages. Y'all want to go back to African spirituality.
A 9-year-old girl was sold to a man who paid the bridal price.
9-year-old girl. Y'all want to go back to pedophilia times. Child rapist times. Did Egyptians sell 9-year-old girls? Let's stop playing, y'all.
You know, how many cows did she have?
100.
When I asked her if she knows anything about the Minge, she started making gestures like, no, she knows nothing of the kind. But then she looked around, and after she made sure that no one was listening, she said,
I killed my son. When people told me I had to kill him, I killed him.
How many months he was?
About 9 or 10 months old.
Was a tooth issue or what?
Yes, it was his teeth. The top ones came in first.
Let me pause this for a second. I just got to remind you what the fuck I'm talking about. We're talking about these people that Afrocentrics been making pictures of and acting like they Egyptians. That's what we talking about. Tell the truth, y'all. Fucking liars.
Is it possible not to show anyone?
People stop by to drink some coffee, they see the child smiling. You can't hide it.
So some of the neighbors who stopped by for coffee told the elders. Zile knew what was coming and tried to escape.
Where did she can she describe?
There is a cliff over there. I hid between the rocks from them. They came, many elders, and they took my baby from me.
So they found her in that cliff?
Yes, they found me there.
And then it turned into a horror story. Lale
Now
explained.
this is her daughter. Gorgeous as hell. Gorgeous. She's 29, got 8 kids.
Means that different tribes have different ways of getting rid of the cursed children.
Most of the time, the elders try to avoid even touching the child in order not to be associated with the killing.
I am sorry I killed my son.
Are you subscribed to our channel? Not yet? The sad thing is, subscribe. Kids who were born as...
Now, this is a school that was built for them. And they had some rescue efforts. Because them Nilotics was fucking savage. Them savage people were not Egyptians. I'm sorry. They're not my people. I can say what the fuck I want.
For kids who were born as unlucky as her 9-month-old, there is now a shelter today, built by Lale, who has been trying for many, many years, not only to save these so-called...
Half these kids would have possibly been killed if they didn't get saved by an African who cared and some Europeans who donated money. Where's Anthony Browder at? He's fucking around digging and lying and showing you Ndinka symbols and acting like he found an Ndinka symbol in Egypt. Take that fucking money we give Anthony Browder and tell his ass to go over here and help these kids in the South, where he said the Egyptians came from, in the South. You tell Anthony Browder to take that goddamn money we gave his ass and take his ass to the South and help out.
Called cursed children, but also to give them a home and an education.
This is Alma Tizmingi, so we rescued him from one of the village when the family...
This dude is a hero. Anthony Browder's not a hero. These are your heroes.
Abandoned him. And this is Terefe, the second one here. Terefe was from Benna tribe, one of the tribe at Sakulujuj. So from Benna tribe, and Terefe was left in the bush with her mother, not to feed because
she's telling the story of one of these kids in there who was left in the bush with his mama, so nobody would be able to feed them. They've left children for dogs to eat, alive. But y'all want to go back to African spirituality. These niggas ain't never took you to the South to explain this.
Because of the government involvement, because of Omu child, the people, they afraid to kill him, but they just let him to starve to death. So, and he was starving. And so when we rescued him, he was very skinny, and we have to took him to Addis Ababa to do medical treatment just because of malnutrition. Yeah.
Not as skinny already.
Yeah, not skinny anymore.
That little boy looked like my son. If y'all seen my son who played football for Northwestern University, you know he favors my son. Hey, hold on. Somebody at my door. What's happening? Appreciate the offer though. It looked good. My neighbors love me. Offered me a plate of food. I said, nah, I'm good. This Mexican lady, I don't even know if she wash good. But anyway, let's continue. Look just like my son, so I feel for him. I care. I'm gonna show you I care in a second.
Sabat, he's 7th grade now.
7th grade?
Yes, 7th grade. He's almost 14 now.
The reason this quiet little girl is here had nothing to do with her teeth. Her mother was announced to be Menge before she was even born.
That's Liu. She has a story there. I will give you the website.
That's all they've got. That's what it looks like.
Kill my son. Because now I see that Mingi children can be safe.
I regret killing my son.
They can be protected. I am so sorry.
They are protected. I regret.
She regrets killing her son because now these sons and kids are protected. She didn't know that then, but she didn't have no choice anyway.
I cried a lot. I lost my son. I was very stupid.
Suddenly, a younger woman joins our conversation. She is Zelle's daughter.
This girl is gorgeous to me. This is her daughter. She is gorgeous.
Listening to our conversation, and now it seems like she wants to share something.
Bruno, my name is Bruno Salomon.
Man, she fine as hell.
She's married, yeah? Yeah, can be.
I was taken to another place to be married there. It was a forced marriage. I didn't have the chance to choose a husband because I was too young.
Yeah.
I will run to a town nearby.
She is 29 now, and she has 7 children.
I will run to a town nearby.
She is 29 now, and she has 7 children. She's been lucky.
Run to a town nearby.
She is 29 now, and she has 7 children. She's been lucky to have all 7 have their bottom teeth come in first, but she's still worried about the future. If she has more children, and any of them turns out to be Minge, she doesn't know if she'll be able to save them.
I'll hide or join Omo Child.
Okay, does it mean that if Omo Child doesn't come and if she doesn't run?
Yes, they will kill it.
Running means to be hunted by an entire village.
See, Afrocentrics been trying to pass these people off as Egyptians. They didn't tell you this story, did they? Who told you, Chief X?
Negotiating with the elders, who are not disposed to listening to you, is also a huge challenge. Lale has to be very inventive.
And I asked the king to come and to drink coffee with me. But the first time they say no, they don't want to drink with me. But sometimes I this story and people start helping me slowly. But the first time they don't believe me because they say
he's telling people, he's fast forwarded, but he's telling the story. He had to tell the world this story. The world really didn't know this story. This shit was kind of hidden and undercover.
so many people ask money for kids, but they take money for themselves. But I said, no, this is a real story, come and see. And after they come and see, they were all impressed with the work we're doing here.
When Lale managed to secure support from abroad, the Minge problem got on the radar of the local government, since there was no way regular schools would accept the cursed children. Permission was issued to build a separate school for them. Thanks to Lale and his team, it's one of the best schools in the country.
I think
that made my day when I heard that. They snatched these kids out that tribal bullshit and rescued these kids, and now they're in school, and they're in the best school in the whole goddamn area now, getting educated.
The school should be very attractive and very clean and very nice, so the students come to school.
This dude's a hero.
With more interest, you know. You see in Africa, many schools are not clean or not attractive.
I said the best school in the area.
So I have seen that. My background, I'm a teacher. I have been working for government for 4 years. That's my first job. I was a teacher. So I see many schools don't have fences. They don't have good, furnitures in the classrooms. So I decided to have better school in Africa. So that way the students can come and study in better and in clean place.
The teachers at the Omo Child School are from Kenya. They're much better educated than some of the local staff, and each of them is incredibly proud to be working here.
What do you teach?
I teach computer.
Computer?
Yes.
Oh, what's it like to teach Ethiopian people, children from tribes?
Now, this is the South y'all been talking about, right? Let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all why this is very important, right? First, let me, Now, let me move to this other story. I have to show you this first. Hold on.
Computer. How do they take it?
It's a very beautiful experience. They are willing to learn, especially now.
It's lunchtime. Some have their lunch boxes, others get lunch from school. That includes a piece of flatbread.
They eating good now, and they get donations, and the kids is taken care of. They have fun. Watch this though. Hold on.
And a glass of tea.
You would never guess what is this.
Now, he said you'll never guess what this is. When I went to Ghana, I was telling you guys this story about they didn't have no plumbing in the orphanage. Remember that story I told you? And there was a stench so bad in this one room where people were using a bathroom because I guess everyone was going in there. But it was nothing to flush, so urine and feces just stunk up the joint. so bad that I walked out there and I cried when I was in Ghana. Cried. I had to walk around the corner and get away from my group because I broke down crying. This is why I be mad at people running all up in Egypt while the other places need your tourist dollars.
Like a question for the weakest link,
You
yeah?
see these holes in the ground? This is where they take a shit at. Although they're helping, they take a shit in these holes.
Try to guess what is this. It's a big rock, square rock, which is just laying on their playground. This is the toilet. Yes, this is the toilet for the schoolers. So here are just 4 holes. They come and do what they need.
So this white man is helping and cares. It's no benefit. He's not getting no oil. He just, where's Anthony Browder and where's the black Americans at? You guys will slander this white boy and praise Anthony Browder as if Anthony Browder is more morally a moral good man than him. And just because he's white, you guys will bash him. But he's helping. He's helping tell the story. He's helping to get the word out because you have humanitarians in the world.
Yes, the thing is that they're nothing like a wall. There is no even tent. I don't know.
Now, pause that and let's go here. Listen to what I'm telling you, family. I'll be serious. I just don't be talking like, when I said, I'm not going to Egypt when I go to Africa the first time. I'm going to Ghana with my own people and I'm going to help out. And I'm going to donate. So, them Ghanaians, listen, family. Them Ghanaians got my donations. These kids in the orphanage got my donations. This is the same feeling I had. This is me on the left sitting here with these kids. And when I told you about this stench, I'm not just talking. I lived it. That's them kids and me. That's not them kids I was talking about. But this is in West Africa. These underdeveloped areas have the same problems. The Ghanaian government don't give these kids nothing. Are you mad at the Ghanaian officials? Or are you only mad at American government officials? You should be mad at the Ghanaian government officials too because they don't help these kids. These kids get help by people like me who visit in philanthropy. Let's be honest. You niggas wanted to run to Egypt and not help the local economy, the local vendors, the airports there, the hotels in Western Central Africa. All that money that you spend when you go on a trip and tour goes to a little bit of help from where your people come from. And y'all black asses is up in Egypt. You niggas is weak. There go me with all the kids. Huh? I cared. I donated before I left this place. It's an orphanage. Let's talk. Let's talk. Even I helped this lady with a donation. She had her baby and had them bananas. Them bananas you see on the floor. Walking around with this whole plate on top of her head, balancing it like no problem. With the baby there, I cared about her and I bought half of her bananas and passed them all out to my tour group. And put some money in her pocket. Just think of all these Afrocentrics who, if they all went to Western Central Africa and never went to Egypt, we would have a bridge we built and been doing international business, and we might have a relationship with Western Central Africa. But y'all know, you niggas running the Caucasian land. This is me at the W.E. Du Bois Memorial Center for Pan-Africanism in Ghana. Let's talk. This is me. Donate. I donated here. These some kids by the dungeons. Uh uh the door of no return.
What's up, man? You speak English?
That's me talking to them.
You speak English? These your brothers or friends? Friends. Where you guys be swimming somewhere? These are little homies. They don't even speak English though. They like native. I like them. I be giving them some money. These out here working and helping, fucking with these boats because they be fishing.
Them boats. I was checking out them boats. I was trying to see what kind of navy they had. I said, them are them same boats. That boat cannot make it to America. That boat cannot sail across the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. Never.
Damn.
It's hot. It was hot as hell this day.
What's that? What they call it? Ah. Let me see what I can do for y'all. Let me see what I can do for y'all. Your mother? Your mama, these you? Man?
Pause. This is me giving the kids and they mama some money.
You can have it. I don't want nothing. I just was giving you that.
Thank you, my friend.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And they told me thank you. That warmed my heart. For them to be grateful of me helping them out.
What's up, man? You speak English?
Right? Y'all want to go back to African spirituality, huh? Oh, shit. There go my girl right here. This is Anita Asante. She my Facebook friend. But I met her in Ghana. I said, when I go to Ghana, this going to be my girl. Anita fine as hell, boy. She sold me some clothing in Ghana. Now, she's an educated Ghanaian. She has a degree. But she works at a shop and sells clothes. Beautiful woman. Ooh, wee. Let me show you. Let me show you a picture of her. And when we were interacting, hold on. Let me show you Anita Asante. Where's she at? Where is she at? They're going to meet repping Ghana. In Ghana. Right? This is a party I went to. They said, this is me in Ghana on my birthday, and they singing happy birthday to me. This night I cried for a whole hour.
Thank y'all.
We was at the club in Ghana and we sat down. They sang happy birthday to me and just made my day. Repatriation land right here. And y'all don't care about it. Y'all ain't moving to Ghana. There go me. With my crew. Wait a minute. I have to play this 2 minutes. This is a video of a Ghanaian talking shit about Dr. Umar Johnson who went there. See, niggas be going there from America and be trying to scam and scheme and shit, right? Oh, wow, it didn't play. It didn't play. Um, Never mind. But that was my tour group. Me sitting at a repatriation meeting. See, when I went to Ghana, this is Kumasi, I was showing people the real Ghana. But these other people, when they go, they be showing shit all in Accra, along the coast, and all the pretty shit, and at the cute hotels and shit. This is inland. This is 4 hours inland. I was showing you the streets of Ghana. Other people be trying to be cute and shit. They got all them chickens in the coop. We drive and I'm taking pictures. They go to them boats and they fishing. This is me in the rainforest in Ghana where that honey is. These are field. We just driving around. This is a whole big old field where kids play soccer all day long. Soccer is the biggest sport there. You see this? This is a tree here, right? Hold on. You know what? Never mind. Let me get back to my lecture. Y'all done got me off on a tangent showing the Ghana trip, my Ghana trip and shit. Let me get back to my lecture. Okay. But I actually do. I should. Y'all want to get back to African spirituality, huh?
Gods. It's an ancient West African tradition that to this day enslaves thousands of women and young girls, some as young as 7 years old. They're condemned to a life of slave labor and sexual servitude not because they did anything wrong, but because someone in their family committed a crime, sometimes generations ago. And to pay for the crime, their families must send young virgins to be the slaves of tribal priests, often for the rest of their lives.
Y'all want to go back to African spirituality, huh? Okay. Okay. All these niggas preaching that take you backward shit. Okay, now let's move up off of that one. Let me play a little bit of this one and piss him off. The whole Egyptian mummy family was Caucasian. Them niggas in the South was not Egyptians or related to Egyptians. They didn't start no Egyptian civilization in Dynasty 0 or 1. They all been lying. Egyptians are Caucasians. Let's go. Tell them, Chief X.
Mummified remains of Yuya, an Egyptian nobleman from 1400 BC, the father of Queen Tai, who was the wife of Pharaoh Amenhotep III. Yuya's hair, prominent nose, and Caucasian facial structure have all been well preserved by the embalming process. This is the mummified remains of his wife Tuya, the grandmother of Pharaoh Akhenaten, great-grandmother of Pharaoh Tutankhamun, and the mother of Queen Tai. This is the mummified remains of Tai, one of the most illustrious queens of ancient Egypt, the great royal wife of the Egyptian pharaoh Amenhotep III, the mother of Pharaoh Akhenaten, and grandmother of King Tut. This is the mummified remains of Tutmosis IV.
Oh, with that Caucasian hair. You niggas wasn't no Egyptians.
Son of Amenhotep II. This is the mummy of Ramesses the Great, the third pharaoh of the 19th dynasty of Egypt, regarded as one of the most celebrated and most powerful pharaohs of the New Kingdom.
Caucasian hair.
itself arguably the most powerful period of ancient Egypt. The population density map on the right helps to illustrate the vast geographic separation between people living to the north and south of the Sahara Desert, a natural barrier between demographics such as the ancient Egyptians or North African Berbers and the sub-Saharan tribal populations. This ethnic division is also apparent with the Egyptian artifact on the left from the St. Louis Art Museum that says, quote, "This man is bound with the floral ropes that represent the lotus of Upper Egypt and the papyrus of Lower Egypt. The ropes indicate he is a prisoner of the Egyptian pharaoh. His hairstyle, rows of tightly curled locks of hair, the large hoop earring, and high cheekbones are characteristic of the way Egyptian artists portrayed Nubians who lived to the south. Artists employed stereotypical and often unflattering ways to distinguish foreigners from Egyptians. South. Artists employed stereotypical and often unflattering ways to distinguish foreigners from Egyptians. And often unflattering ways to distinguish foreigners from Egyptians who lived to the south.
Case closed. Afrocentrics need to sit the fuck down. And this is the reason why.
And here we go. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I am good, man. Look, we got cow skin on the floor. We got some calabash gourds up here, used as pots and storage. Like, can we see the clay? This? Is it here? Oh, it's here.
It's in one of the calabash gourds. A calabash is like a pumpkin shell. They make great bowls, don't they?
Or is it like sand? Oh, strange. It feels like cream, like Yeah. I guess I thought it would be like clay is much harder. This is like very soft, almost like face cream. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Oh, shoes. Home sweet home.
She's making a sorghum porridge, which was ground by hand using stones. Corn porridge is common across Africa, and we've seen it many times, with the himba.
Okay, much better.
And the hadza. Sorghum is used here instead of corn, because it needs less water to grow. We change some camera settings around as it cooks. And then we relax. But to relax in the Omo Valley,
Okay, I unmuted myself. Oh man, so I don't know when I got muted or what I was saying. Um, but let me go back to this, and we're gonna end this in a second. I was saying that this is the Cairo tribe, if that's how you pronounce it. So if we went through the Cairo tribe, we went through the hot. He even spoke on Hadza here. I didn't go through Hadza tribe, but Cairo tribe, Afar, I ain't forget the goddamn names and shit. The Hammer tribe, uh, um, all these Nilotic tribes and half Nubian tribes and all these people, family, these are the people of the South. This is not an Egyptian woman. They never told you they was Egyptian, but these Afrocentrics has been using these pictures to mind fuck you. And they've been putting this picture next to another picture that has a similar hair style that you think, and all this lookership and shit, and no scholarship. I'm giving you some scholarship right now today. Okay? These are not even locks. So he was showing a picture of the Nuba people. Now those wasn't even Nuba people; those were Cairo people. But they have similar culture in face paintings, as you see, right? Nuba, not Nubian. This is what I'm saying. It gets so confusing with the people, the nomads. There's so many different Nubian tribes. There's this, you know what I mean. So that's why I start saying, you know what? I'm just going to use the word Cushite. And I told you we're Cushite centered, fourth and fifth cataract, way, way deep. Not no goddamn Aswan. Moreau in Cushitic pyramids is way down by the fourth and fifth cataract. Tell the truth. The Nuba people are indigenous inhabitants of central Sudan. Nuba are various indigenous ethnic groups who inhabit Nuba Mountains of the South Korofodian state in Sudan, right? Encompassing multiple distinct people that speak different languages. You know who the Nuba people is? Is a Nuba village. You see the hut? Hold on. These are the same people in 1954.
These are some of the boys from whom it would be desirable to obtain a blood sample to determine whether they have antibodies to yellow fever, which would reflect transmission since 1940. To befriend the population is a task greatly facilitated by the presence of Dr. Mansour, who is Sudanese and speaks the language. These young warriors have sophisticated mohawks, which accentuate the beauty of their profiles. They often wear on their chest a leather pouch,
This is filmed in 1954.
which contains a few verses of the Koran. This is for good luck. Every man carries a spear, which is used mostly for cultivating, but also for hunting. Both men and women undergo painful scarifications for cosmetic purposes.
What?
Both men and women undergo painful scarifications.
What?
Both men and women undergo painful scarifications for cosmetic purposes.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Not the scarification. Hold on.
With the black top pots, around them these scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush like kingdom, so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush with the kingdom, so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery.
Yeah, scarification look like wavy line pottery. Smash, huh? Huh? Yeah. Yeah.
Purposes. It is also a test of courage and full scarifications for cosmetic purposes. It is also a test of courage and stoicism for the young.
Yeah, let's go back to African spirituality and get scarifications and bear this pain.
Adult. Skin incisions are made with sharp knives, thorns, or pieces of glass rubbed with dirt. These wounds are left to fester, producing the raised scar known as keloids. In women, elaborate patterns are added for each major life event, such as puberty,
Cute little girl.
marriage, and the birth of children.
Afrocentrics is trying to tell you these people are still naked in 2023. This is 1954. These niggas is telling me that these are the pyramid builders. You a goddamn lie.
In Tolodi, word is passed on to the chief, without whom nothing could be accomplished. A suitable explanation must be provided in order to bleed the population. Dr. Taylor is an old hand at yellow fever, having been the director of the Yellow Fever Laboratory in Rio de Janeiro, and ultimately at the Rockefeller Institute in
Helping out because yellow fever was prevalent in sub-Saharan Africa. Yes, yellow fever was. So when I got my passport, hold on. Yeah, so like when I got my passport, you see here, to go to Ghana, people thought the yellow fever vaccine was mandatory, but no, they give you a choice if you want to get the yellow fever vaccine. I didn't get it, but that's something they push people to get if you're going to sub-Saharan Africa in 2023. I can be here all day showing you South culture, but I'm going to pretty much end it. White man went down to jab them up. Yep. And they lived. Africa don't have polio right now. You know, polio deforms people. Thank you, white man, Asian man, for bringing that vaccine to Africa, so we eradicated polio. They don't have polio no more in Africa. White power? Y'all crazy. Hey, wait a minute. So, wait a minute, y'all. You got the cash app, brother, for this presentation. Y'all cashed app them niggas for lies. I told the 100% truth and proved everything I said. Let's recap. Let me put the link in there so somebody can come on. Let's recap. Hold on. Bam. Copy the link. Okay. Bam. Put the link in the chat. Bam. The link is in the chat. Let me pin the goddamn link. Bam. I pinned the link. Now, hook your brother up with $5 for telling the truth. A lot of this shit y'all didn't know. Let's be real. Let's be honest. You got it from the truth teller. The one they trying to cancel. They trying to cancel Chief X. Neptune Lagoon, this is not the one to be on. I'm sorry. I can't do it right now, Neptune Lagoon. This is not the one to be on. Not this one. Love you. This is not the one, Neptune. I can't do it on this one. So we'll get together and do one, but not this one. Right. Let me just check out some comments. What the chat talking about? I'm not sure what. See, everyone got this E1B1B shit wrong. Not this. Not the time. Cut the crap. Stop the cap, man. You gonna no touch on this stuff I spoke on today. Do that for me. Did she say Donnie she was cute, huh? Corey, Sheffreen, Ngozi, Gullah, y'all feel free to come on if you want. I'll drop the link. What's up, Shakir? Thank you. Belated Happy New Year's to you too. Thank atmosphere. See, Africa teacher, you're here to try to dispute shit because you're in denial. Africa teacher, the Egyptians wasn't black, man. Period. Let it go. All humans got admixture at this goddamn point, but that's not my point I was trying to make. Okay? Jesus Christ. You can't save face here. The case is closed over here. Somebody named AT want to come in. Let me see who AT is. 1 second, AT. AT, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You don't want to have your screen, your camera on? What's going on?
Let me turn it on.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. It makes the show much better.
Show my face.
Yes, sir. How you doing, brother? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. I'm just turning down my speaker a little echo.
First of all, did you get a chance to see the whole presentation or half of it or what?
I saw some of it, yeah.
Okay, clarify for me what some means. I'm trying to get an understanding, brother. Help me out here.
I saw the tribal folks in Sudan, the Nuba, and some other people. I don't know, maybe there was Ugandans, somebody building a
Okay,
school.
so you came after I was halfway over, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so you missed a whole lot. It's like I suggest people like when you see somebody streaming, just go ahead and rewind it. Because that's how I know people are. If you're interested in the information, people would rewind it. But when you come on, like when we pass half full, it's like you missed a whole lot. So I don't even know what to talk about.
I was busy. I came in late.
Okay, are you gonna watch the first half or no?
Later on, I will.
Okay, so
I always leave my comments after.
okay, cool. You guys done anything you want to share or say? Yeah, it looked like you up to no good because you ain't even answering.
No, it's just that I got an echo over here. It's like a delay, and I don't want to, talk over you.
Okay.
Oh, that's better. That's much better.
You fixed something?
Yeah.
Okay.
My point, I don't use the word black. I'm kind of like Amir and Ngozi on that. That's like an unscientific word for, social designations that can really mean anything. Who we call black you go a different place, those people are not called black. And so, it's too much baggage with that term, so I don't really use it. Does that make sense?
So let me ask you a question. So you've pretty much haven't watched a lot of my lectures and presentations.
No, I watched a lot of your stuff.
Okay. So have you heard me speak on black?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So I'm looking at you. You're a black man.
For political reasons, yes. That's how I describe
Okay.
myself.
So sometimes when I'm just talking and doing lectures, I'm just trying to keep it simple. I think everybody named Mama, 100% of the people. I've never heard anyone disagree that black in science is a social construct. We all agree to that.
The
No
problem
one
is,
disagrees, though, right? You know what I'm saying? No.
People disagree.
Let me explain something. So, this is what this is what people do when they want to muddy the waters, and it's not necessary. You're very clear on what I mean when I say a black man. I know you are. Everyone is very, very, very clear when I say what a black man is. So I mean, let's just keep it real for a second. Just keep it simple. Okay, go ahead.
But it's not that clear because I've been to Egypt, right? And when I was there, I saw people darker than me, and they had noses wider than me, but they were not from West Africa. They were not Nubian. They was Egyptian.
Okay, so
And
let's
you
stop
know,
here. Let's stop here. When I say let me give you my understanding, fam. When I say black, I'm not talking about skin color. I've been to the Philippines. I've been to Thailand. I've seen people darker than me. But I'm not calling no Filipino black, even though he's darker than me. So that's what I'm saying. We got to stop this, bro. We have to stop.
but that's the
Listen
nuance.
to what I'm
with
saying. No,
it.
it's not the
That's why the
nuance.
word is useless.
No, I've never ever have spoke on skin color. I know exactly what my mama, my daddy, my cousins, you, and 90% of these people in the chat look like. They're black people. When Dr. Ben wrote his book, The Black Man in the Nile, nobody had these arguments of, oh, black. They knew what Dr. Ben was talking about. I'm talking about what Dr. Ben was talking about. Let's just say that. Black folk. Sonetter, black man. Ankh, black man. This is what I'm talking about, man. Listen. Kinky-haired people who are like me are black people. If you got loose curly hair and you're just melanated, you're not black. So an Egyptian is not a black person. They don't have
But
nappy
that's
hair.
your definition. I mean, who are you
It's
to
not
just
my
make that up?
No. It's what I use. But what I'm doing is clarifying what a black person is to me. I'm just giving you understanding. So
Okay.
then, once we lay that, then we can have a conversation and not be mudding. A black person is a person with nappy hair like me
To
and
you.
you.
Are you aware? Are you aware that the hair that me and you have is not the hair that original humans had?
Okay, so I'm not going back to a Homo sapien, Homo erectus time. This
Not
is what
even
I
that.
mean.
This our earliest
No.
ancestors.
Listen, bro. Listen. Sub-Saharan Africans have nappy hair, except if you're a Horner by Ethiopia, Somalia, and everywhere. 100%. 100% of Ghanaians, Nigerians, and Cameroonians, all sub-Saharan, West and Central Africans have nappy hair. Not one has straight hair. Black Americans have loose curly hair at times, or may find some of us straight because we're admixed with white folk.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to tell you, Sub-Saharan Africa is nappy head people, it's black people, and that's who I'm talking about. Unless you're talking about Horners. I'm not talking
Okay.
about
I'll just say this. There's a reason for that, right? And so instead of just putting that label on them, they have that kind of hair for a very specific environmental adaptation reason. And other people in Africa don't have that type of hair. And so
let's hear the reason that you made up. That
I
our
didn't make
hair-
up the reason.
Okay, so who made the reason up and told you the reason?
There's a researcher. Her name is Dr. Tina Lasisi, and she studies hair. And recently, over the pandemic, she defended her thesis and figured out the function, the environmental function of the curly hair we have. And it's basically to cool the brain. And when we look at the specific gene for the curly hair, it's actually a derived gene, meaning the earlier one, the ancestral state, was straight. And as humans migrate into a region that is hot and humid, they developed the hair you see today. But people that stayed in maybe a dry, arid place, they did not develop curly hair. So it would make sense that people in North Africa, where it's hot, but it's not humid, the Aboriginal people will have straight hair because even before Eurasians even existed, the original Homo sapien had that type of hair. So me, when I think about that, I don't use straight hair in parts of sub-Saharan Africa to indicate Eurasian admixture. No, that could just be from North Africans of those same humans that kept that ancestral state of straight hair. Does that make sense?
No.
I'm deracializing it and looking at it in terms
No,
of
because
human variation
here's the
and
thing. People,
adaptation.
no. I think it's genetic. Listen, what I'm saying. It's the same thing as people. Oh, the hot sun gonna kill white folks, so they couldn't have been here, and all this little silly stuff, right? And people just use that to try to shame white folk. I live in California, right? White folk live in Arizona, in Las Vegas, which is the desert, and move into the desert in droves. Okay? Las Vegas, Arizona is hotter than a lot of places. It is hotter than Egypt. If I had, and I'd done this, I had to people because people was talking this nonsense. So I did the average temperature in Cairo, and I did the average temperature in Nevada. Nevada's hotter. Why is white folk
It
moving there
is.
and fine? They're fine in Arizona. They're fine in Nevada, and that's a desert. And they're not getting cancer like all you guys be talking and exaggerating and acting like white folk can't live in the heat. They've been in South Africa forever. They can be in the heat. They're fine. It's just that we as Black Americans used to try to shame. Oh yeah, man, you gonna get skin cancer? Well, it's just overblown. Anything else besides the hair issue? You black
No,
thing?
you know,
How was the presentation, bro? I'm trying to
the
give you.
presentation, I mean, it was what it was. I don't think you said anything that was wrong. But you know, my whole position is, you
Let
know,
me
the
just
people
say,
that are
you're
there
not putting.
now.
I don't think you're giving the position. You're holding back. I got to guess
Well,
and pull teeth. Are you? Do you think the ancient Egyptians is black?
there you go with the word
I'm just
again. I
okay. You know
believe
what
it
I
was
mean, though. You know
African.
what I mean, though. Do you think
I
they're
believe
black?
it was
Okay,
African.
we know they're African. I know the Moroccans are African. Berbers are African, but they're not black. Okay. Now, do you think the ancient Egyptians are black as far as what I described, so we can move on and have a
I
conversation?
think, given your parameters, if I went back through time, I'm sure I could land there and pick some people that look like that. Did they all look like that? I don't know. I wouldn't argue they all look like that. Did most of them look like that? I don't know. I wouldn't argue most of them look like that. But I would argue there were people that look like that. Because when I went there, I see people that look like that right now. And who am
Me-
I to say, oh, you recently mixed with a Nubian or you recently mixed with, you know, a sub-Saharan African, but
Fam,
I don't see the same thing for the lighter skinned people.
you have to be more honest with yourself. Everyone that go, I know the demographics of Egypt. I've done lectures on it.
Have you been there?
Now listen to what I'm telling you. I know the demographics of Egypt. I've done lectures on it, and every scholar on earth backs me on my presentation on the demographics of Egypt. If you go to Egypt right now, you may see 200 people, then you may see one black person. 200 people, maybe more than that. I'm being nice, and then one black person. So to say I don't see people like that, that's being disingenuous. We
But
pale. We
listen to
are
your question
serious.
though.
Anyone there is there in modern times, and we pale in comparison
Listen to your
as far
question
as
though. You
demographics.
you're looking for
So
nappy headed people.
you're claiming the ancient Egyptians is black, but
No, I
if
didn't
you
say that. I said
okay
I don't use the term black.
okay
And you
no
you
no no no
you
no okay,
you forcing an
let me
error.
clarify. Let me
You
clarify.
forcing me to
I'm
look
not
for
saying you didn't
nappy
use the
headed
word
people
black, but I'm
in a
using the word.
region that
I'm
shouldn't have nappy headed people.
I'm using the word black, and that's the word I'm going to use on this channel, and that's what we're going to deal with. Okay? I explained to you what black people is. Let's roll with it for conversation's sake, I said. Okay? I don't do the muddy in the waters over here. So, do you think according to me, do you think the ancient Egyptians are black? You said, yeah, basically.
I don't think they were one thing. So
So you
that's it.
think you think people in Egypt was all just mixed up? You had a black person here, a Chinese person here, a white person here? No, bro, it wasn't at that time.
I think if you go there, there's different groups of people, right? You go back through time, it's different cultures. Badarian is different from the Cotton, which is different from Tazian, which is different from Jebel Ramla, which is different from um Karunian. Like all these different groups could be genetically different.
Okay.
And if you go there today, you have Berbers still in Egypt. You have Cushitic speakers still in Egypt. You got the Nilo-Saharans, the Nubians in the south of Egypt. You got, Nile Valley Egyptians.
Now Valley Egyptians. And bro, all Egyptians are the same. You're just talking about people.
They're not the same.
They're not the same. No. Listen what I'm saying. You know who Sarah Sun said he is?
A clown, yeah.
Yeah, he's very light skinned, right?
Yeah.
He's a black man.
Yeah.
You know who Wesley Snipes is?
Yeah.
Very dark. He's a black man. So we vary in shades. Why can't other people who are also melanated vary in shades? That's what you're talking about.
They do vary in shades.
Okay, so what I'm saying is the Egyptians are all the same, just like black folk in America is all the same.
Yeah, but
and we have our admixture.
If you go to Ethiopia right now, they're all Ethiopians, but they are very genetically diverse. They're ethnically diverse. And if you go to Egypt right now, it's ethnically diverse.
Let me
It's
get
not
my
just
phone.
one
Hold
group
on.
of people.
Let me get this door. Hold on.
I would say some slick stuff, but
okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hold on.
I think you're trying to simplify a very complex
I'm
subject.
not. I am trying to make it simple and plain. I am.
But I mean, it's complicated, and I think people.
It's not that complicated.
It is.
It's not that complicated.
It is.
Hold on, I'm gonna show you.
It is.
It's not that complicated.
It is. That's
it's
why
not,
we're here.
It's not that complicated that we don't have this hair. Hold on, it's not. No.
Again,
Hold on. Because I did this, and this is what you want to ignore, and it's not right. It's just not right, bro. But go. You can talk for a minute.
Well, again, you can pull someone straight hair. Why are you forcing them to have nappy hair if they live in a place that does not require nappy hair?
That's bullshit.
Well, you don't understand why
that's why I'm not gonna allow you to take me back to evolution time.
But that's
because we're talking about Egypt.
But that's
no longer than you got to keep me within 5,000 years. I don't do that right here.
Okay.
You don't have no hair like this.
Have all been well preserved by the embalming process.
You don't have hair like this.
No, I do not.
Black folk don't have hair like that, bro.
Some of them do.
Egyptian pharaoh.
No, they don't.
Common period
Black folk don't
of
have hair
ancient
like
Egypt.
this, bro.
Some of them do.
I clearly showed this. Show me the black nappy hair mummy. You can't? So right now it's 5-0.
This ethnic division.
I showed
is also
5
apparent.
different people with Caucasian hair who are Egyptian mummies. You haven't showed me one. You're losing.
I'm not saying they
okay, so
I'm saying they live in an area where humans have to adapt nappy hair because nappy hair is for hot, moist places like the forest belt.
Okay, so
they don't live in the forest belt.
Okay,
why would you expect them to have wide noses and nappy hair?
Okay, they do have wide noses. Some of them do. Because our features are not just for us. Listen, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking. That's why I'm thinking maybe you have seen my videos before.
I have.
Because I did a video on Egyptians. And I showed a bunch of about 20 Egyptian kids. Half of them had a flat nose that looked 100% exactly like mine. And I said this. I said, if you made a stone carving of this Egyptian kid with straight hair and a nose like mine, and you made a stone carving, and he had little cheeks, everyone would say he's a black African, because you can't tell by stone. I had to make that example for people so they can understand. Okay, this is all I'm saying. You haven't. I've showed you so much evidence. We've went over North African DNA and all this stuff, and just people are still in denial.
No, people are.
I hear you. What's up, Corey?
Peace. What up, Chief? Hey, just to let you know, it's an echo when my man talking. So I just really, that was one of my main reasons why coming in. I just came through to support, man. I'm in the middle of a remodel here, man. I'm building my daughter's 2 bedrooms up here. So this used to be my son's domain up here, but he's off in college, and then now he's got his own apartment. So when he come home, he'll be going to his own apartment. He won't be coming back here, which kind of puts a smile on my face, on the between me and you know what I mean? It kind of puts a smile on my face. But and another thing is I also kind of get rid of my wife and my kids on the main floor, like the girl, because I'm gonna do a beauty, that other room in there. I'm gonna do a little beauty area for them. So like, I don't want to run into them on the main floor unless we in the kitchen. You know what I mean? So I'm getting rid of everybody. So I got the two bottom floors of my house. You know what I mean? Those is gonna be mine. And the main floor, that's a neutral area. You know what I'm saying? This is a kitchen area. So hopefully they'll.
You making a man cave?
No, I'm not making a man cave. I'm mostly making a domain for them, mostly to do they womanly things. You know what I mean? It's a madhouse. I got all girls mostly, and then one son. So it's a madhouse in here, like in the morning and all of that. So, and like I said, this used to be my son's area, so I'm making it the girls' area, so that it'll kind of give me some space in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I go to work late. I go to work whenever that's time I get ready to. A lot of the time, but if I'm here while they getting ready for school, and it's just you don't even know, Chief X. You don't want to be in a house with 4 girls, bro. And they trying to get ready, and it's just a place that you don't ever want to be. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to mitigate some of that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I just came through just to show a little bit of support, talk a little shit with
How
you.
was the presentation?
It was great, man. I enjoyed, man. It was heartfelt, man. They kind of touched my heart there a little bit. You pulled my heartstrings a little bit there, Chief X. I'm in the middle of doing my demolition, tearing shit down, and I'm pausing. I find myself like, pausing and going off into deep thought, like about some of the shit you was saying, with some of these traditions and practices.
A lot of stuff in them videos I didn't play and show. They would have kind of broke you down. I read something where the women had got sewed up, and they had to get unsold so they can have a baby. It was just crazy. I had to turn that video off because it just irked. It just kind of makes me feel something inside. You had to unsew her so she can have a baby. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that those types of things still go on on the continent. I I don't I don't think I've heard or seen that in my home country, right? so I don't want to be indifferent or I don't know what the word insensitive or whatever. But that's not how we get down on West Africa. You know what I'm saying?
Can I comment on that real quick?
Go ahead.
When I see stuff like that, it's unfortunate that you have good aspects of their culture and people travel on safaris and stuff and go to those places to see them do certain things and certain dances and but then you have the bad parts of the backward stuff that they do. And unfortunately, I don't think you can take the bad stuff away without messing with their other stuff, because that's really part of their identity. And the only thing I take out of that is their carbon footprint is 0, and when we blow everything up, we'll have some people there to start all over.
That's a good point. I mean, if you compare it to what we're doing to the planet as far as our carbon footprint, I'd say we probably doing more damage, right? But I think we're in the middle of finding better ways to provide energy. Science, they've actually just did a experiment that I want to talk about whenever Chevron go live.
Cold
Um,
fusion.
huh? Yeah. Yes. Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. And you know, they got a jewel. They're plus one jewel, which is not near next to nothing, right? Joule is how you measure pure energy, right? But so yeah, I think that's a step into us going into being able to utilize nuclear fusion. But also, you know, the sun does put out 10,000 more units of energy than we actually need per day, right? So if we can harness that energy, if we can find a way to harness that energy, we're being bombarded with more than enough energy by the sun every day. So yeah, so we working on that. That's something we working on. So for you to and that's the thing, like, you know, they got those old traditions. So but the thing is, you say, well, you may take something away by taking that away, but you need to that's something they need to work on. You see what I'm
You're
saying?
right. You're right. But
So
you know,
it's all progress, you know, and we need to be Chief X. I think his theme tonight was progressing. I heard you mention the word progressive multiple times. That's one of my favorite terms. That's actually my political view. That's actually my values. You know what I'm saying? People might say, well, you know, I don't like to talk about politics. I want to let people know that politics are your values. You vote your values. You know what I'm saying? You go to the table with your values. So you know what I'm saying. I just wanted to throw that. I might have went on a tangent somewhere else where I wasn't supposed to go, but you know I do that
no, you good. It's just,
every
you know, I study some of those groups, and you know, I've been to Ethiopia. I didn't go that far south, but when you go to those areas and you know, modernize those folks, a lot of times they integrate into the city and they basically disappear. Their culture is gone, they lose their language, you know, and these groups get smaller and smaller. Like the Hadza, it's only like, you know, 400 of them left. And they taking their kids to put them in school, but the kids never come back to the village. And slowly the people lose the language, and it's just, oh, now it's a language isolate, and now the language is extinct, and the people are extinct. So you know, it's like a balance that you have to do when you know influencing these groups. That's all I'm saying.
Shout out to Shakir, man. Peace, man. I appreciate the comment, man. I always appreciate when people can hear me and take away something. You know what I mean? That's it. That's all I come on here for. I don't, you know, I do fairly decent in my life. You know, I'm a simple guy. So I don't need a channel to do donations, whatever. But you know, I appreciate Chief X, and I encourage everybody to donate to Chief X for that presentation. That was a great presentation. I donated myself. You know what I'm saying? So I don't tell people to do things that I don't do, Chief X. So you know what I'm saying? That's one thing that I live by, even in my work life, man. I will never ask one of my subordinates to do something that I wouldn't do, you know. So that's the way that you live your life, you know what I mean? As a matter of fact, I do things. I go and do the things that they don't want to do first, you know.
So I've seen Darius McNair in people's chats, and I think he's an Egyptomaniac, right?
I like his last name though. He's in good company. You
Right.
know, I wonder is he in any kin to Ron McNair, the astronaut? Is that any of his lineage? That's one of my favorite people in the world, Ron McNair. Ronald McNair, yeah.
So people say this statement he made like to throw a shot at the Egyptian people who actually live there right now. That the people in Egypt today are foreigners. Okay. I'm not sure what that means. I guess he's trying to say that there was a people there
Mm.
who just disappeared. I guess that's
Well,
what he's trying.
the invading race theory. That's
Right.
kind of what
He's
that's
trying to say
espousing.
the people there are not the original people, and the people who were there just disappeared.
They
And so,
they
he
they
says,
replaced them. Yeah.
right. And so he goes on to say they don't speak Meta or worship Amun Ra. Now, first of all, I don't like when Black Americans, anybody acting like they was
Right.
worshiping
He
Amun
type it
Ra.
in English, right?
Right. So,
Person
so
of
how,
African descent, don't speak an African language, don't worship an African
Right.
god, type in English and talking about somebody else.
talking about they don't.
It is crazy because even in Ghana, the lingua franca is English. You know what I'm saying? So like all of the well, they don't speak English, and this is this is so. I mean, well, they don't speak Metaneta. It's kind of crazy to me. But go ahead.
Like who
Yeah.
who told you they worshipped Amun Ra? Like people can't name things, and then here we are 3,000 years later telling them what they worshipped. You know what I mean? It's just crazy to me, right? So I don't know if that's a shot, but the people didn't disappear, Darius McNair. They never did. They didn't write that they disappeared. They didn't write that they just migrated somewhere else. That's just you guys, Afrocentrics, lying on Egyptians and saying that they did that. Then you go with this comment right here. The people of Egypt in Egypt today don't practice the spiritual system of Kemet. They are not connected to it. I think everybody named Mama knows that. Okay, things get outdated. I mean, Islam came, the sword of Islam. So they're Muslims now. Okay, that's what they practice. They practice Islam now. So what if they're not? They still do they still have processions and parades and represent it. You must have missed the video I did on the things that they did keep, right? They still make Shabbatis. They still farm in certain ways and use the same equipments that these you've seen on the walls. I mean, it's a whole plethora of things. You just kind of behind areas or in denial. Go ahead,
You know,
At.
unfortunately, people that write stuff like that, they don't know anything. They're just talking. They haven't decided to read an article. They don't know anything about ancient DNA in Egypt. They don't know anything about modern Egyptians' DNA. They haven't decided to investigate anything. And so they just talk. And I think people like that do other Black people that really want to learn and talk about this stuff like a disservice, because we put in the same group as some of these bozos, and it's unfortunate. All of us is like grouped together because somebody want to say something stupid, and regardless of what you want to believe, it's a way that you could talk about Egypt and talk about if it was Black people there, or talk about their culture without disrespecting the people there and saying that they're not related to their ancestors. I don't get it. It's just like troll stuff.
Well, you say I don't think they're comfortable. People in the Black community are particularly comfortable with the way they look because they look Afro-Asiatic, for lack of better terms, or Mediterranean or Levantine, or they look like people of the region. So that's uncomfortable when you get the narrative
They're gonna have
that,
to deal with that. They're gonna have to deal with that. Sometimes I ask them, I say, look at the Arabs, and I say, do you think the way they look is adapted to that Arabian desert? And they say yes. Well, I say, okay, well, some people right across the other side of the Red Sea adapted to the same conditions. Shouldn't those two people look the same? And then they sit there because they don't want to say yeah, because that just like ruins their stuff. So they just say, well, that's different. Like, no. And if those people look different, it sort of is what it is. And when I'm talking to them, one example I give myself as an African American, right? We in 2023, 2,000 years later, my ancestors in 4023 still doing jazz, still got hip hop, right? My paternal line is still E1B1A. If someone look at them like, oh no, y'all too light skinned, you not related to the enslaved Africans that built America, oh, those are fighting words. Like, no,
Yeah,
that's us. Yes, we look different. I don't look the same as the people that got off the slave ship, but those are my ancestors. And the people
You
during
actually do
slave
though,
time
bro.
that passed for white,
I
right? They passed for white.
we actually
They're
don't
still
look
related
that
to the
much
people that got
different.
off the slave ships. It is what it is. People look different from their ancestors, and that's something they're gonna have to get over.
So here we
Yeah,
go, right
it
here.
ain't been enough time for us to look different as much.
No,
We don't look
we don't
different
look
per
that
se.
different. Right? We don't look that different, but
You know,
we look distinct
I
enough.
look like an
You can look at
African
a person and be like,
American.
okay,
I look
yeah,
like your average African American, but my parents is
you
from
do,
the continent. You know what I'm saying? So
you do.
it just, you know, I got hair on my face. You know, you did none of my kinfolk got hair on. You know what I'm saying? So
Let me
it's just I guess I think we pretty much who we are. You know who we were. You know what I'm saying? And
We're,
the same
we're,
and the
we're,
same and the
we're a
same for
continuation of
the
that.
Egyptians.
let me address
They're pretty much who they were. They look just like they ancestors. You know what I'm
let me
saying?
address this comment I put on the screen real quick, y'all. I knew he was an Egyptomaniac. He said the Egyptians fled to West and Central Africa. Several books on the topic, but he fails to mention a book. Right? I guarantee
Oh,
you
the
there's
real Egyptians, they
yeah.
was
I
fled out of
guarantee
there.
right. I guarantee you there's zero books on this subject. There's zero sources on this. Darius just made up a lie, trying to save face and trying to sway the chat. Why would you do that, Darius McNair? You know there are no books detailing no Egyptians fleeing to West and Central Africa. It never happened. They never said they fled. You just made that up because you wanted to be so. It's just not true, Darius McNair. You came over here because you knew I was about to put down a good lecture. But all that lying is not necessary. Go ahead, Gullah.
Peace, Gullah.
Yeah,
What up, bro?
what's good with it? I was gonna say we just a continuation of Niger Congo cultures over here, like creolization. Like even in West Africa, West Africans ain't nothing that you would consider pure or just one monolithic thing. I mean, we do cluster very close together, but you do have overlap even in West Africa. For example, like you know how like we got, of course, African American, we got Eurasian ancestry, but it was West Africans even before we came over here with a little bit of Eurasian admixtures. You're dealing with like the Fulani and people admixing with certain Berber populations and stuff like that. So we do look like West Africans. Like you can go sometimes you can, some of us can go over there and you wouldn't tell us, if we ain't open our mouth, you want to tell who from who. You know what I'm saying? Even sometimes, like a lot of time we're watching these movies and shit. A lot of these people in these movies that portray African Americans or Nigerian descended people or people from West Africa, straight out of West Africa.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially some of the British brothers that play African Americans on television.
Yeah, it's crazy how we're so we overlap so much, even with African American culture, right? That it's easy for them to grasp like our speech pattern. You know what I'm saying? Within like your brothers like that be from Europe, but they like not Nigerian or Ghanaian or from Sierra Leone or whatever, and they act in these movies and like they pick up our English dialect, like the way we go about like our swagger, they pick it up so easy. And I just think it's due to that overlap that you're talking
That,
about.
that, that,
You
that,
know what I'm
that,
saying?
that, that's that inner Niger Congo shit, that creolization. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? Like we
yeah,
talk
yeah,
about, because
yeah.
like even them, like if you hear a British brother from a Niger Congo descent, you can still tell that brother's got some type of African ancestry. It depends though too. But some of them
Yeah.
niggas, even over here, some motherfuckers be watered down, like just because they be isolated and live in certain be
Right.
token in certain areas. But if you go to areas like Birmingham and shit in England, London and shit, Montgomery, them brothers, you could tell them brothers got some African in them. You know what I'm saying? If you heard them on the phone, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and you can see it in they features, definitely
Yeah,
too. It seems like for some reason the European brothers, they got
oh yeah,
a stronger African like phenotype. It's stronger than ours over here. I don't know how to describe it like
Yeah,
necessarily.
it's probably 'cause a lot of them too are from more recent, migration. Because you had what they call the wind something migration, where a lot of Caribbeans and West Africans are migrating into England and shit.
Yeah, well, a lot of my family too. They go to school over there. So and you know what I'm saying. So I think it's a
Yeah.
lot of that recent voluntary. You know what I'm saying? Like
Now, now, now,
where
now,
we
now,
more.
now, if you go to the South, some of these areas in the South, especially like the Gullah Islands and Georgia, Alabama, you'll see some brothers that look like they straight off the boat. Like, you know what I'm saying?
My
Right,
in-laws
right,
like that.
If you look at what's his name? Wilder. You know what I'm saying? The boxer. The little brother looked like he's straight out of Mali.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I wanted I was hopefully Ngozi come on. I'm just gonna say this and then I'm gonna get off. I gotta get it back to work. You know what I mean? The old lady is on my ass, but I really supposed to have this done like 4 months ago, to tell you the
Brother,
truth.
what's your son's major?
What's that?
What's your son's major, if you don't mind me asking?
Business and marketing. He played basketball. He got a scholarship for basketball. He played at Indiana Tech. He's a starting point guard, the premier player over there at Indiana Tech. This is his senior year.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
so he balling. They balling pretty good. They do actually. They got a game tonight. Actually, I should be tuned into that. I'm not tuned into that, but I'm in the middle of trying to get this done. But I was gonna say I wanted you and Gozy because I heard y'all earlier, or y'all was somewhere earlier. I don't know if it was Smash's show or what. Y'all
Yeah,
probably was
it was on Smash.
yeah. So the whole thing about I think Ngozi what's missing and what Ngozi need to hone in on, and maybe you can help out here too, Gullah, is where when they talking about the North African thing, you have to hone in on the fact that even before the back migrations, the back migrations and all that, you already have a distinction.
Yeah, I say that
from the North Africans to the
Hey Corey, I've been saying that all the time, but Unc be cutting me like they be cutting me off. Remember when I say even at the Amadic level, even when you dealing with these people with the Basal Amadic groups, like the Proto-Afro-Asiatic people, them people was distinct. You know what I'm saying? Even even with before the Basal Eurasian component came in and mixed with these people 20,000 years ago, even during that level, what you call the Amadic group,
and I think
them niggas was different. Like the Motu people was very distinct. Like these were Highland, Eastern Highland Rift Valley people. You know what I'm saying? They branched off from a Nilo-Saharan group, but they became very distinct from other populations, from the ancestors of the Niger Congo people and the people who became the modern Nilo-Saharans. You know, even though they are older population or more basal group out the three. But
even them people coming out of the Western Desert, you know what I'm saying? Like they already have a North African mutation. Coming out of that Western Desert already.
And it depends on like which group we talking about. Like some Nilo-Saharan groups in that area. Yeah, they kept some of they features like the Kanem people and certain other Nilo-Saharan groups like that. But further north you go, you know what I'm saying, the east, they start to mix with Afro-Asiatic population, like the Cushitic groups and the North Eritreic groups, which was the ancestors of Egyptians, Chadic, and Semitic populations.
Hey, Gullah, you know why they don't let you explain that?
Yeah.
Because number one, they haven't researched it and they don't care about it. And number two, when you mash all those people together, then and create one super group, it allows you to shoehorn yourself into that super group.
And that's where the argument lays, right?
But you can't, but you can't because we Niger Congo people, even the Afro-Asiatic population, they can't fit themselves in it.
That's the point. They want to mash all these groups together so they can put theyself into one big group.
And that's why
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I don't like I keep talking about. I always say, well, you know, they use the word Nubia or Nubian, which is a blanket term for people, for all of these different groups of people
Yeah.
living in a certain area. It's just the fact that they live in this certain area is what makes them a Nubian. You know, it's no continuity there as far as genetics or ancestry there.
It's only one group in that Nuba area or Nubian area that we're related to, and those are the Niger Kaddofian people. You know what I'm saying? Those are just the most eastern Niger Congo people, and they actually live in the western part of Sudan. Like, so you could tell, like, they
You
live
talking
in
about
this
the Cordovians down there in South Cordovia?
You got two Kaddofian. You got Kaddofian. You got Nilo Kaddofians who speak a Nilo-Saharan language. You have Niger Kaddofians who are Niger Congo speakers, and these are the most eastern Niger Congo people. You know what I'm saying? Up in like in the eastern Sahel, but they live in the most western part of Sudan. You know what I'm saying? They part of our
the most western and most southern part, right? Am I correct on that? Because
they don't live in the most
ancestors of the people from Darfur, right?
Yeah. But they live in the Nuba. They migrated to the Nuba Hills around 5000 BC.
Oh, they migrated
they're a
up.
minority. They're a minority. They live amongst Nilo-Saharan groups. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah, I'm talking about today though. In today's world, those people that you're talking about, their ancestors are from Darfur. You see what I'm saying?
No. The ancestors not from Darfur. They from the what's that area called? It's like it's close to there, but it's still more west than that.
It's in Cordofia. It's called South Cordofia. I mean, I hate StreamYard. I don't. If I every time I try to do something,
we can't.
I end up getting
really
kicked
share
out.
Stuff. Yeah, we can't really share stuff. But but I see what you mean. It is in the south. It is in the southern, like the southern Nile region.
So if y'all got a map, you can just look it up, right?
Yeah.
You can look up South Cordofia, and then it's right next door to Darfur.
More to the west.
Yeah. Darfur is more to the west. Yes.
But that area, it's a basin part of the Nile. It's called. They don't even talk about that. It's called the Yellow Nile, and it's dried up now. It's like right below the Wadi Hawar, and it's a dried up portion of the Nile basin that's it's in between Chad and the southern portions of the Nile. And our ancestors migrated from those regions 12,000 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Before the Sahara turned green and shit. Like when we migrated to South Central Sahara, and we intermixed with Middle Stone Age people that was in the West already.
Yeah. But I'm gonna keep listening in, man. I'm gonna jump off, man. I appreciate you having me on, Chief X. I appreciate the conversation, Gullah. I see you in the building, AD. What up, bro? I ain't hollered at you in a minute, man. My man AT, I just met you today, man. Peace to you, brother. You sound like you pretty knowledgeable, man. Hopefully we'll see you on this channel again or somewhere in the community again, man. But like I said, I appreciate the whole thing, man. Peace, Chief, man. Keep it going. I definitely love that presentation, man.
Thank you,
That was
Corey.
a great presentation. It was touching, man. I didn't know. I wasn't really. You should have prepared for me, man. I wasn't ready for that, man. You about jerked a tear out of me, man.
Yesterday I did one that was touching too, and I showed this old Nilotic man in South Sudan, just migrating away from the war that they have, and he was walking 50 miles. You can see his bones, and all he had was a stick, and he was just walking miles. And that just touched me, man. They just going through so much. A lot of black on black crime in South Sudan fighting with Sudan, and I learned that they're really getting down.
Yeah.
It's a lot of oil behind it, but it's the president of Sudan and the vice president of South Sudan is beefing. It's just crazy.
Yeah. It's always the elites and the everyday average people. You know, they always suffer the worst consequences.
Hey, Corey. The age of Queen T's afro is over.
Right? Yeah. I saw Chief X knocked it down too. Did you see Chief X's presentation on that? That
Yeah,
was pretty good.
we me and Chief X, we spoke about this even before he came out with the presentation. We was in the back chat going
Okay.
in on. Yeah.
So y'all been colluding. Y'all in collusion. Well, peace, y'all. Peace to y'all, man. Like I said, I appreciate everybody, man. Peace.
Peace out, Corey. Come back anytime.
Can I say something real quick about Queen T's afro?
Go ahead. Hey, did you see my presentation on that?
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not making this up. I stole this from somewhere, but you can think of it like professional wrestling, right? The people that go see that, whether they in person or watching it on TV, they know it's fake. They know it's fake, but they still get all emotional and stuff because they are already emotionally attached to what's going on. They already emotionally invested to what they think they know and the fake story. So even though they know it's fake, they still latch on. So a lot of stuff that you say, easily provable. You got a skeleton, we got DNA from the skeleton.
So you're
and
not
whatever
really
you believe is not true, they're not
really
gonna believe it.
You're not really an Egyptomaniac. You all right?
I like to read. How about that? I like to read, and I take it upon myself to not say anything that I can't reach back and show you the source of why I said it and why I believe it. And so, me and you, we may disagree on some stuff, but I'll say this is why, because I read this and this publication says this. Okay. And I feel I can protect what I believe by doing it that way and just following data.
If I was a little rude and harsh in the beginning, I apologize. What's up, American Dream?
Peace, Chief. Peace to everybody on the panel. Yeah, Chief. I just realized, man, that you did a whole presentation and that I'm coming in late. So, I didn't get a chance to see your presentation. So, I don't really want to speak about much of anything without having seen your presentation. So, I guess I'll just say Happy New Year to you, bro.
Happy New Year to you too, bro, and I appreciate you coming on. Did you see my presentation on Queen T?
You've done a few presentations on Queen T.
Well, I did one like 2-3 days ago.
No, I don't think I've seen that one yet.
Oh man, it was great. So like sometimes if you watch my presentations, and then when you go on these other shows, you'll have some better ammo to use on them.
Indeed, absolutely. Let me ask you this question.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you. I know it's getting late, and you've been in your shows, and I don't want to prolong it more than you want to.
It's okay.
Do you think that? Because I'm wondering if the people who the Black Americans, for example, that claim to be the Hebrew Israelites or claim to be descendants of those people, do you think that they're kind of looking for the same thing that the people who claim to be the Black Egyptians, do you think that they're looking for the same type of thing?
Well, they're both wrong. To me, Egypt and Canaan are neighbors. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, because I somehow feel that the same whatever satisfaction Black Americans get out of claiming being an Israelite is the same. Seems to me to be the same satisfaction that we get from claiming to be the ancient Egyptians. It's just that same satisfaction, whatever it is. And for me, I'm wondering if it just feels like that same type of religious, and it's like a religious satisfaction of some sort, where there's some type of yearning for some type of a connection to something, like that gives them purpose.
They can't even claim the hammer people that Chief X used as a thumbnail for this show. They can't even claim them Afro-Asiatic speaking people.
Hey, AT, you want to address his question?
I don't like those guys. The only saving grace for me is, in my opinion, that's religion. So with religion, you don't really need evidence. If you want to believe in the sky god and the talking snake and the magical fruit and the tree and the man made from dirt, okay, that's religion, and you can sort of do what you want. the problem is they denying the identity of other people, right? And they inserting themselves into that. And that is problematic. And that's not religion. And on the flip side, the people that claiming they Egyptians, that's not religion. You got to come with some data, and you don't have the data. And so those should be two different things, but people are treating them the same as if they can just say whatever they want and believe whatever they want and not have to provide any evidence. And that's not how it should be. But they are missing something in their life. I guess if you follow
Right, and that's
be a Jewish person and follow that rules and it keeps you off the street and out of jail, then hey, so be it as far as I'm concerned.
yeah. I think that kind of hits at the heart of what I'm saying when you said they're trying to find something that's missing in their lives. Because in this community, ever since I've kind of been a part of this community, not and I say I'm a part of it just because I've been listening to the conversations for years. But I've always kind of wow, I just kind of lost my train of thought. Sorry about that.
Maybe I
It'll
can
come back
follow
to
that.
me.
I've been following that movement for a long time too. And I remember maybe 20 years ago when it was we not Africans at all. We Hebrews, and we different from the African. We genetically different from the African. And then as the DNA test came out, well, the people that they saying is Jewish, what are they comparing that to? In order to really know, you got to go to Israel. You're gonna have to dig up some bones. That's what they were saying. Now, guess what? Technology progresses, and we in Israel, and they digging up skeletons from Israel, and you're not connected to that. So now their whole model is, well, all the Jews was just African, and that's how they shoehorn themselves in. It's just bogus. It's bogus. It's a lot of mental gymnastics, and
Indeed.
Let
I
me
was
let
gonna
me
say,
let me address that, and then you can go ahead, American
sure.
Dream. In my opinion, it's what both sides do, and a lot of Black Americans just do this anyway. Everyone's in competition with white folk, right? They're competing to for morality. They're competing for who's the greatest achievements or achiever. For instance, to be a Hebrew Israelite, you consider yourself the chosen one, meaning they feel that they're better than and chosen, and they have to show white folk up, and they have to show white folk that we are the chosen one, not you. The Egyptomaniacs, the same way. We the ones who built the pyramids and the Sphinx, and we done all this great stuff, and not you white folk. We better than you, and we. So it's just people competing against each other for glory,
and it's an
in my
identity
opinion.
crisis. If it's not Hebrew, if it's not Moor, or I'm a Moor, or I'm Egyptian, or we was here before Columbus as explorers, or we was here before Columbus because we the Olmecs, or we came to America 50,000 years ago. People have an identity crisis, and you can pay $99 and spit in that tube and figure it out.
Yeah, I
And
think it's.
And it's
I
the
would.
same American dream. It's the same thing as how we let a white guy shoot up a school and do some mass shooting. Here we is pointing the finger like they just the devil and evil, but here we are killing each other in the hoods and committing more crime than everybody. But they just want to point the finger and they're in competition with white folk. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's deeper than just them being in competition with other people. I think the need for that religious connection is something kind of within themselves. I think like the other brother mentioned about something missing, and them having like an identity crisis. I think it's more of an interpersonal kind of thing, which is why I said whatever religious satisfaction, because the what I was going to say earlier is that in this community, one of the phrases that's always been just accepted as true on its face without even looking at it is if you don't know where you're from, you won't know where you're going, right? Which is kind of to say, unless you know your history, you don't really know what your purpose is. um and so I think that they're just looking for some type of purpose for their lives. And I think it's that same religious connection. Either way, whether we're talking about the Israelites or the black Egyptians, it's that looking for that purpose in life. I think is really what they're looking for.
Darius McNewer, your logic be really bad, Darius. Like, I don't call somebody an Egyptomaniac because they study in Egypt. I study Egypt. It is 100% okay to study ancient Egypt, uh, 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 the Shanghai dynasty, Mongolians. Study history and anyone you want. I push that. Please study history. The problem comes when you claim to be that. That's where the problem comes. The problem comes when you try to steal other people's culture and other people's history. That's where the problem comes in. And that's what I call Egyptomaniacs. Not just because you study Egypt. I study Egypt, and it's a great thing to do. It's great to learn about everything, and none of that's a problem. Go ahead.
No, it's good to have a hobby. You know, it's good to read, keep your brain sharp. You know, a lot of people play video games all day, so it's good to read. But the problem is, a lot of people don't read. They talk about, oh, I study Egypt. They don't have one book. They got two books in the house: the phone book and the Bible. They don't read none of the publications. They don't really study it. They just post pictures. You ooh, look at this feather. Look at these people wearing this feather. Look at this hair. Look at it. They the same. They do that, you know, eyeball comparison type stuff.
What Negro bones are you talking about, James Powell? Like, you got to be a little more specific. How do you explain Negroid bones being the oldest on Earth? So I guess I think I'm just going. I think he's just trying to say because a bone may have been found in Africa, therefore it's Negroid. That's not a good logic. That's a biased logic. You know what I mean? But I'm glad you're thinking though. But our oldest ancestor, according to sub-Saharan ancestor,
Can y'all hear me? Because I think you guys froze.
We hear you.
I can hear you. Is
Okay.
Astellar man. An Astellar man is said to be no older than 10,000 years old. So just because an old fossil was found in Africa doesn't mean it's a black or Negroid person. Now, I hope you're not talking about Lucy. That was 3.5 million years ago. She wasn't even a Homo sapien.
You probably talk about Lucy and the Eve
Right.
gene, the Eve gene.
Right, so she wasn't even like a human like us. That was just like a damn
An
near
archaic
animal.
human.
People
Like a
was around
hardcore
before
archaic hominid.
Hey, Chief, I'm gonna
Which
make
I
my
was gonna
leave, bro.
ask you.
Thanks
I
for
was gonna
having me.
ask you a question. To anybody on the panel.
Luxa, one
If
second. One second,
Go
Luxa.
ahead.
What you say, American Dream?
Yeah, I was gonna say, as I was saying earlier, I'm just gonna make my leave, man, and I'm
Okay.
sure you know the big fights are on tonight. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna make my leave.
In 30 minutes I'm gonna shut this down because the fight night starts in 30 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Preach,
So
thanks
once
for
again, Happy
reminding
New
me,
Year,
man, because
bro.
I almost forgot about that.
Yeah, man.
All
All
right.
right, big up yourself.
Go ahead, Luxa.
No, I was gonna ask is that for the people who they side with like evolution or what have you. Something I've been pondering because I heard it before. What would racism look like if ancient archaic hominids still existed? What do you think racism today would look like?
If archaic
It
humans
depends on
still
how smart
existed,
they were, man. If
If
they were smart,
archaic
they'd beat
hominids
our
like
ass.
Neanderthals, Asler man, Homo erectus, if they still existed today, what do you think racism would look like? You think it'd be a
hey,
white and black thing?
AT, I tell people this, like those people who those Aboriginal Australians, or let me just say the Tasmanian people, they have an archaic human look to their face. You ever look at their face? They just look like some ancient archaic humans. So
Very
that's why they call
robust.
them Aboriginal ones.
Well, one geneticist was saying Denisovans and Neanderthals, since they're a lot older than us Homo sapien, you know, we developed later, it's possible that they themselves would be very phenotypically diverse, even more so than Homo sapiens, because they've been around longer than Homo sapiens. With the caveat that they weren't in Africa.
I never thought
And
about
you
that.
know,
That's
really,
interesting.
when you look at like their jaws and their muscles and their legs, if they was as smart as us, it would be hard, man. They'd be taking us out.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't as smart as Homo sapiens, like Cro-Magnon, man. They
Right.
were stronger.
In your hypothetical, if they persisted and sort of achieve
Yeah, well,
modernity.
they weren't stupid. I'm not saying that you're making that argument either. They've recent data has come out that they sung, they had language, they practiced burials, stuff like that. You know what I mean? But Neanderthals were more primitive than Cro-Magnon. You know what I mean? As far as like the tools they used when they hunted, like Neanderthals were known just to do close combat. So when they found a lot of their bones, they could tell that they had close combat with these creatures they were fighting. They had to, take the spears and thrust, a lot of thrusting. But the Homo sapiens, like Cro-Magnon, they did that shit too, but they also had like bow and arrows and things of that nature. You know what I mean? They were wiser, they were faster, not as stronger, But when I look at evolution, I don't follow the out of Africa theory. I'm not going to make a whole thing about that here, but mine is more of a multi-regional hybridization theory, and that people, a lot of these archaic humans, the paradigm that exists will have you believe that we evolved in succession. It was like it could be Ardipithecus ramidus, then Lucy, then habilis, erectus, Neanderthal, Asler, whatever.
I'm gonna find me a big booty Neanderthal woman.
Yeah, I suggest you do a little bit more reading on on early humans, especially works from like Alice Roberts and stuff like that. You'll get a more understanding because a lot of them groups still started out of Africa. Africa is humans are what I would call a African savannah ape or African savannah monkey. Shit. For real,
Well, I
for
say
real.
that because before the out of Africa theory was the out of Asia theory. So you have that, and you have a multi-regional theory,
Yeah,
and it's just
but
how
that's
you
been
compute the
debunked.
data.
All of that's been debunked. Like that's
I
been
don't think
debunked,
it's
and
been debunked. I just think the paradigm. I don't think it was debunked. I think the paradigm
it's
just changed.
overwhelming.
That's what that was.
Have you taken a DNA test?
Me?
No,
Yeah,
it
you.
was debunked because
No.
it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming amount of
I guess
evidence
the
that
question I
shows that
have for
early
people that
hominids,
don't,
early humans come out of Africa.
but right, for people that don't believe in the out of Africa theory, do you understand the genetic evidence that supports it?
To a degree, but I feel like that's just the data that you put in. That's how you put in the data. So,
Well,
like for instance,
you're right. You're
they'll say
absolutely right.
that they'll make one of the arguments that we come out of Africa because there's the most genetic diversity there. But that doesn't have to be because that's where the beginning started. It could just be because that's where the most mixing happened.
Okay, I'll say this. If you look at the data, right, what you'll see is if you take, DNA samples from every person around the globe, humans, right, and you look at mitochondrial lineages, you'll notice the oldest ones in Africa, and you'll see them spread, and then you'll notice one of them in East Africa has two daughters, which basically accounts for everyone else outside of Africa. And it's
Yeah, I hear.
quite clear.
I'm not gonna debate that out of Africa. Like I'm not gonna believe that. But I hear what you're saying. But I'm just like I don't agree with it.
You
That's
don't
for
have to
me.
agree with it. You don't have to agree with it.
There's alternative information on it, and I kind of
I
side with
haven't seen
that.
it. I haven't
So,
seen it.
well, yeah, you gotta look for it. Of course, you have mainstream academia, and you have alternative. Alternative is not as promoted like mainstream. I don't always vibe with mainstream because mainstream has a lot of paradigms, social engineering, and things of that nature. So I tend not to gravitate to that. Like I said before, it was the out of Asia theory, then it was the out of Africa theory. But now the out of Africa theory, looking at articles, they're starting to question that. So it's like it leads more to mixing. So that's how I look at it. I look at more of a hybridization theory.
Hey,
But that's
Lux,
as far as I want to go with it. I'm not going to have a whole topic on out of
okay,
Africa. That's not my
okay.
thing.
But one last question about it though. You not about it, but Lux, are you an occultist?
Am I an occultist as far as like a spiritualist?
Yeah, kind of like into that Madame Blavatsky occultism.
Yeah, I get into like New Age spiritualism. I used to be a Hebrew Israelite, a Muslim, all that. I got away from all that. Now I'm still spiritual. I believe in God and spiritual world, but I also believe in science. I try to know what I believe. So I believe in divinely guided evolution. So
Okay,
mine's is
so
going to be spooked out. But go ahead.
you're not into occultism. Is that what you're saying?
I guess you say that I am. I'm into occultism, but I'm not
No,
like. Go
okay, yeah,
ahead.
I'm asking. Go ahead.
No, I'm into like, new age stuff. I'm into like spiritual books. I look at myth also. So like where history and physical evidence don't take you, this is what's going to separate the people who, like, for instance, Robert Saper, that video I sent you when he was talking about the mummies or what have you in the Caucasus or whatever. He doesn't believe in out of Africa theory, and he's an independent anthropologist, and he would be considered pseudo. But the pseudo, when you say pseudo, pseudo has a negative connotation. It means that you're being disingenuous and you're providing evidence. It's not evidence, it's a sham. Well, you have to prove that. The thing with uh, academics like that are independent, where physical evidence don't take them no more, they go into myth. See, I look at euhemerism, or the historical theory of myth. I don't look at the myths like verbatim, accurately, like 100% how they are. But I feel like where history can't take you, that's where myths are going to take you. And you just have to interpret the myths properly and go back into history and try to interpret, like, see what these people say about themselves, look at what other people say about themselves, and try to find the correlating message. So if I would have sat there and said that we came from, let's say I made the argument, say we came from aliens or some shit like that, like we came from a higher power, or at some point in our remote time, human beings came down and part of their DNA. Well, a lot of cultures around the world, when they talk about the creation histories, they talk about people coming from the skies. I'm not going to side with any particular myth, but what I can say is, since this is a global thing, all that tells me is at some point in human remote history, beings from the sky or beings from somewhere else came down and imparted their DNA, because all these ancient people talk about it in some way, shape, or form. Now, a lot of mainstream academia, they don't like to get into shit like that. So they tend to label that as pseudo. So people like Robert Saper, the guy that I shared that video with you, that you shared today on your presentation, he doesn't believe in the out of Africa theory. And he has videos on that. Right. It's just you looking at the information and coming to your own conclusions about it. That's pretty much what that is.
Hey Gullah, I put this question on the screen because this confuses, I would say, 90% of the people in the conscious community. There's a difference between Cushites and Cushitic people with a C. One's with a C and one's with a K. Okay, are you able to elaborate on that, Gullah, and the difference? If you can hear me, Gullah. If you're talking, you're breaking up. I heard something. So he went out. So in I can't break this down, but let me tell you, Cushitic people would be kind of like Horners, in my opinion. It's different than Cushites. One with a C and one with a K. Now, I'm
Right.
not that well read on it. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that, At.
As I understand it, the Kushites, or the Kingdom of Kush, was a specific political entity in Sudan. And I want to say, the latest evidence shows that that was a Nilo-Saharan speaking group of people. Cushitic, as a linguistic term, as one of the daughter groups of Afro-Asiatic, are a group of people that spread from Egypt into Sudan, Ethiopia, Somalia, northern Tanzania, and Kenya. And those are Cushitic speakers that speak the language. And those are different from the Cushites. Like Cush in the Bible is talking about the Sudanese and not Ethiopians.
Yeah, James Powell. He is in the Matrix. He's so deep in the Matrix, he fell out and fell off the stream. He'll come back though. Alexander Matthews, hit the link and come on, because I've seen you saying some things up here earlier. Who's it? They go Gullah right here.
Chief, what made you ask all this like into a cult? You let me ask.
You breaking up, Luxa.
Seems like everybody.
Luxa froze. Luxa's in the Matrix now. Gullah, you still in the Matrix, or can you hear us? Hey, At, we're gonna have to help these buy. We're gonna have to buy these guys some better internet service. At. Gullah froze again. Gullah got that $1.99 internet service.
McDonald's Wi-Fi.
That McDonald's Wi-Fi was hilarious. Yeah, At you tricked me, man. You're not a Egyptomaniac.
You know, I read and I don't take sides,
Yeah.
right? And so, both sides of people really don't like me because I'm gonna say, well, you're wrong, but that don't make him right. He wrong too because this information says this, and people don't like that. People don't like that. It kind of is what it is. I'm gonna make the Afrocentrists mad. I'm gonna make the Eurocentrists mad. Sometimes I'm gonna make modern Egyptians mad. I'm gonna make African Americans mad when I say they ain't got nothing to do with you. It don't matter how dark they were or if they even had afro. That's still not you.
Wait, you got a YouTube channel with videos on there?
A few.
Some people subscribe to At, man.
It's I about 12, 13 years ago uploaded some Kita videos, and I was thinking of doing the whole thing and stuff, but I just got the reading information to sort of prevent and present, and reading it for myself became more interested than showing everybody else.
So
So
you think differently than you did 13, 14 years ago?
absolutely.
So I got some old videos on YouTube. I'll be like, I
Absolutely.
hope people don't watch these old.
Absolutely.
I hope people don't watch my old videos on YouTube and think I still think that way.
That's progression. People should change with the data. And I want to say, with me, it sort of changed when they start getting the ancient DNA, particularly the ancient Europeans, and finding out that ancient Europeans were dark skinned. And once you figure that out, then okay, you can't just use skin color to think sub-Saharan African ancestry because ancient Europeans were 0% sub-Saharan and they were dark skinned. And that changes your mind and how you look at Egyptians and how you look at, other groups around the planet. And that, I believe from what I believe maybe 8, 9 years ago, 7 years ago.
What up,
No,
Gullah? You all
Neanderthals
right?
were also black.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, hey, At, I think me and you built on Clubhouse. You be on Clubhouse
We
sometimes?
have. Yeah, I do.
Yeah. I knew you look familiar. Yeah. We remember last summer we was going in on the pseudos.
You have to just teach people because a lot of people are not at the level to even have a debate. Like they don't know anything. And so they asking questions that they could answer themselves if they watch, a 10-minute video on, Egyptology.
Darius McNair, one thing you have to do is you have to at least sometimes watch a person's video or presentations before you kind of like speak on them. I got a video just 3 weeks ago challenging Sarah Seti to a debate. Sarah Seti is scared to death of me, and he's always been. I know Sarah Seti. I used to be Sarah Seti's weed man whenever he comes to California. He knows me. Sarah Seti is listening to us right now. Sarah Seti doesn't miss not one of my videos. Trust me on this, okay? I got so much dirt on this nigga I've been keeping to myself, and I'm going to keep it to myself because I don't want to start that bullshit. But anyway,
That's entertainment, though, right? That's entertainment. You can
pure
watch it for 2 hours. He'll say a whole bunch of stuff, make you laugh, show some pictures, talk about the devil and this and that, but you won't hear one source.
No
you won't
verb
hear one
source.
source.
Darius McNair don't know that because Darius McNair is into pictures. He's picture prone. He's into
That's probably Sarah
Seti.
Seti.
That's why he likes Sarah Seti. Because Seti only shows pictures and talks over pictures, and they just believe him without ever seeing any kind of source.
No evidence. I would say Sarah Seti would have been a good stand-up comedian. He got a good stand-up comedian voice.
Yeah.
In delivery.
That stuff, Sarah Seti, that's for 13 and 15 and 17 years ago. Now we in 2023. You better be buying book if you're serious. If you really want to know, you got to buy books. You got to attend the college lectures when they oh, anybody can attend, and they talking about Egyptology, and you got to attend that. You got to read the publications. You can't just look at pictures and picture
Nah,
spam.
nah,
You got to be
you
smart.
got to get the books and the PDF journals that come out every
Yeah,
month and year. Yeah.
get an academia.edu subscription.
SETI is way behind. SETI is teaching ancient shit.
Well, Seti's never been scholastic for real. I used to watch that on the TV since what 2017. He's just all them cats is really just about entertainment. You got like a handful of cats on there that are really like only cats I can really give on there. Like, and if it's not about the academia, it's about the character. Like, I don't think Jabari is always like intellectually honest, but at least he can give you respect when he debates you. You know, so even though he has some ways to him, I think Minister Enki's pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's a stand-up cat. I think you have Ngozi.
Wait, wait,
You
wait, whoa,
know,
whoa, 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 whoa. You said Inky's a stand-up cat?
listen. Let me tell you something. You know what I
Oh,
seen
what?
today? You know what I seen today that I mentioned Inky, and I seen it on your channel, Chief. You had a video. You shared a video of him eating at McDonald's, bro. Yo, I seen that video. I was like, that's a shame y'all doing that, man, like that, bro.
Hey, we got the babies in the house. What's up, baby? Young man, young lady.
Yeah, it's my twin daughter.
They so pretty. She like that. What you living? Hey, pretty girl, how you doing? With your pretty self. Your daddy is smart. You better listen to him.
Oh yeah, they smart. They smart too. They advanced. They only 3 years old.
Good.
Yo,
Keep
Chief,
them
what was
that
you getting
way.
ready to say about Inky?
What you say, brother?
No, my bad. I was talking to Chief. I didn't mean to cut in with you days. I was just asking Chief, what were you getting ready to say about Inky?
Um, I forgot what I was gonna say, but I definitely don't consider him a stand-up guy. I
Yeah,
consider
well,
him,
I'll take that back. I'll take that back. I'm not gonna say
but
stand up,
yeah,
but
I consider
uh,
him a habitual liar who means no
uh,
good to black folk.
you think he don't mean no good?
He's a habitual liar who means no good. He sells fake, false products. He teaches pseudoscience. He intentionally miseducates black folk.
Hmm. I think I never really followed him like that. I recently seen him on Sunday talking about God is light, and I know he wasn't always like a God fearing man, but he's talking about that now. I thought that was pretty interesting. He was making that debate, God is light, and he was sitting there debating Q butter.
But
I thought that was cool.
funny thing is, people don't know, but Inky has always been religious and Christian kind of based.
Hmm. So
He don't speak on it a lot, but Inky's I think Inky believes in Jesus, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure though.
Garfield does too.
Well, Garfield believes Jesus may have existed.
Oh, I also believe Jesus existed.
Now,
I
I'm gonna
don't think
tell
that's
you,
debatable.
I've never said this in my life, and I'm just gonna be honest. There's a very strong possibility Jesus existed, not as a supernatural being,
Yeah, of
but
course.
just some figure who lived at a time that people probably looked up to as a leader, and who was just kind of a wise man in the village or what have you. But I don't think a miracle man named Jesus existed, and Jesus
Yeah,
may not even been his name. But I just think somebody is pointing to some type of major leader that people loved and some people may have hated. I
I
think
think
I think that.
Hmm.
it could that could be a possibility too. But I still like, you know what I'm saying. I still listen to the Richard Carrier position in that too. Because even my stance on that, it was a whole lot of people named Yeshua in that time period. That was a common Jewish sect leader name, title name. You know what I'm saying? Because they all idolize after Hosea, which is the archetype of this Masonic, or what they call the Masonic sects of Judaism.
Hmm. Babylonian Judaism. That's where that comes from. Um, yeah, well, Jesus is probably the most attested person in ancient history, just in general. So I think that alone lets you know he existed, but just not in the way I don't believe in. Like, I'm not a Bible fearing person, so I don't believe that Jesus, the New Testament Jesus, is an amalgamated character. That's a myth. But
So
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that the New Testament Jesus is an amalgamated character, but the base, he's like an archetype. But at the base, the template is the historical Yeshua, whoever he was. He would have been like a Nazarene and Ebionite. He would have been like a Jew. He would have practiced monogamy. He probably would have been vegetarian and things of that nature because those cults existed during those times. Everything else was just added to him. Walking on water, healing, raising the people back from the dead, dying on the cross, being crucified on the cross, being crucified between two thieves, dying and rising again on the third day. All these things are attributed to other saviors and demigods or what have you, and then that's what they made the character of Jesus. But I believe they had to have had a physical entity that walked around, like an individual that walked around, that they base all those things off of. So I believe Jesus existed, but just not in the way the New Testament has it.
Real quick,
Yeah.
y'all. Real quick, y'all. Let me just,
Oh,
let me
what's
just,
up,
let me real quick. Let me just address this, and y'all can go ahead and talk. Darius Minair said, "Would Shaka Amos make for a better debate on the subject of Black Egypt?" So, like Darius, this is what I just don't understand about the conscious community. They don't care about anyone who was immoral being front and center in the conscious community. They don't care if you rape, steal, rob, kill, a pedophile, or any of that. They want you front and center still. So this is how I know Darius McNair is not morally correct. Shaka Amos is a child predator. Let's be honest. I called him out for a debate before I heard about his child predator behavior. He was scared to death. Nobody, I've offered all these cats, bro. Darius McNair. I offered everybody $300 to debate me on Black Egypt. None of them took it because it's not something people were comfortable with debating in front of a large crowd. This is a fact. I got video after video offering these cats money, but they prefer to argue for free without me in their face. They'll argue this subject for 10 hours a day for free. So this is how I know none of these cats was serious and confident because they didn't take the $300. If they was confident, they would have said, I'm about to smoke Chief X and bam, and got their $300. They didn't do it. Shaka almost admitted to dating his girlfriend's daughter. She exposed him in a 3-hour video saying that he was screwing her when she was 14 and 15 years old while her mama was asleep. Okay? So this is what I mean. You guys just kill me. Sucking up to these immoral sexual predator con artists, scammers, and they just these immoral kind of guys. So today, no, I wouldn't debate Shaka. I would at a certain point, but I wouldn't even be on a panel with Shaka. I just wanted to say that. Y'all go ahead.
I don't think you're in his. I don't think he's in your league, Chief. Anyway, I never looked at Shaka. I always looked at him as like a cartoon character. I just
Yeah,
never
me
really.
too. Me
Yeah.
too, bro. They wear costumes like Halloween,
Cosplay,
they like cosplay. Yeah, cosplay
LARPing.
people. Yeah,
I never
and
seen. I ever seen that when I watched
it's
it back in
weird.
the day. I never seen that. My bad, bro. Go ahead.
I would say it's weird too because you say he was a pedophile. He does wear a child hairdo, Egyptian child hairdo.
Right, the side lock.
Which he cut off, by the way. But yeah, he did rock that for a long time. I think he recently cut that off though. As I seen him in some.
That motherfucker probably fell off. His old ass probably going bald and shit.
Yeah, it did fall off because he had a little piece of hair and he just tied a weave to it. You know what I mean? So after a while, that shit pull your shit out. Like I can't grow locks no more. My shit is thinning up here. And Shaka older than me.
I
Yeah,
seen him in debates and he just
Shaka
didn't do
shit
good.
looking like Julio. I mean Coolio. I mean, it shit looking like Coolio and shit.
I never seen him do good in the debate. I seen him argue with like Zion Lex and stuff like that. I never seen him. That's another cat I don't like. I don't like Zion Lex. But um, yeah, man. You know, and cats about ego and that shit. That Sanetta shit. Like I said, I got a lot of respect for Sanetta on the strength that he built that channel, that platform. They were out on the streets doing it. I got respect from like that. But Sanetta got his ways too, and I
That's how I
feel
know you
like
don't.
that.
That's why I know you don't follow me, Darius Minier. You have never watched any of my videos, but you want to challenge everything. I've made at least 4 videos about this Shaka Armos incident.
Yeah, he's really not. I don't even know understand why he's like a point of contention, Shaka. Like he was never a factor in anything, you know what I'm saying? He was just Shaka was just there to look cute. You know what I'm saying? That's how I looked at him. He was just there to like he was like one of the faces of like the when you think of like the conscious community, that shit, you think of like Shaka and like cats like that, you know what I mean? Like the cartoon characters and shit. Like, you know, like
Hold up
when
though. Hold
go
up
ahead.
though. I can say that song he made, that We Was King song, that shit was kind of catchy.
Oh yeah.
Oh
And
man.
I only recently heard that, and I'm like, what am I looking at? And then this is kind of catchy though.
Yeah, there was kings all right in West Africa, you know what I'm saying? Like that.
AT, I'm putting you on the coalition team we built. You and
Maybe.
you, me, you and
Maybe.
me, Chevron, Corey, and Gozy, Gullah. Goddamn it, Gullah and Ngozi ain't said, but I'm taking Gullah and Ngozi too. I'm putting all y'all on the goddamn team with me.
Yeah, me and Ngozi, we like the Green Power Ranger. If you're familiar with the Power Rangers, you know what I mean. The Green Power, they was the mysterious one. They was with the team, but they'll fight anybody.
Yo, Ngozi has so much information, yo, and he talks so fast. I catch it all, but I know what like when he's talking,
That's
I know
Chicago.
most cats.
That's Chicago. That's Chicago for you, man.
That's
I believe
Chicago,
it.
yeah.
Cat be talking fast, but I respect him because he's right up. You know what I mean? Real right up on all that shit. So when it comes to genetics and you know, I'm rusty on that. I'm not competent to have a conversation on genetics all like that right now. That's why I didn't really go back and forth with you with the out of Africa thing. But he's real right up on all that. You know what I'm saying? So I respect that and how he comes off. And he's like another cat. I feel like he's respectable as long as you respect him. And that's just all it is with these platforms, man. We just gotta learn how to respect each other, even if we don't agree. There's no reason to come out of pocket and come at each other and shit like that. But
Yeah, so
you know,
like right here, we've been on the panel. We've had 5 people on the panel. Like I don't do the all that yelling and talking over each other, and I'm glad AT right here seems like he has some good behavior, and he don't do it either. It seems.
yeah, I thought you and him was gonna go at it, bro. I thought he was gonna be like a Lex Vortex. You know, I know what's going on.
Experience. Me, everything. I'm either learning something or teaching something, and all that talk and this and that. I don't get a lot of time to stream. Some of us are family people. We got stuff to do. We got kids to watch. So if I get on, a Zoom call or a Twitter space and we're talking like data, I don't want to hear no nonsense. You messing with my family time.
I appreciate that. So, is there any subject you want to bring up? You have a question about before we get out of here, At? Because I'm about to get into fight night in a
No,
minute.
my suggestion for people who think they Egyptian or whatever, or want to know their ancestry, definitely take a test. And if you take a test, you can see where you fit in the scheme of things, and you should sort of confirm or deny if you think you Hebrew or if you think you Indian or whatever. Take the test. It's $99. I've even paid for tests for people.
Oh, real quick, At, why did you ask me earlier? I never got if I took a DNA test. What was the reason behind that?
Because generally, people that don't believe in the out of Africa theory, they don't know how their DNA relates to that theory. So when they take a test and they see their lineage, and then they see where they fit as far as Africans, and okay, this makes sense. Oh, these people left here and then they moved here and then they went to East Asia, and then and it is sort of, it puts things in perspective because it's personal. You're looking at yourself in the big picture versus just looking at other people. So I always
Okay,
say,
and you cheat. My bad. Go ahead, finish.
I always say personalize the learning experience.
Of course. And Chief, I was gonna ask you. I know I asked you earlier, but everything froze up. Why'd you ask if I was into the occult? What made you ask that?
Just the video you gave me. I think that guy is into the cult.
Oh yeah, that's why I say he's alternative. He's independent.
So
So
I was going through all of his content, and I seen he was kicking some occult stuff. But
that's why I didn't send it all to you.
so I said I don't know if I want to just believe him all the way. But the video you sent me is good. I believe that. know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
So
why I sent it to you. I was gonna send you
right.
another one, but then I went back and listened to it, and I know that you're not like I'm not gonna say you're not spiritual, but he was getting to like a lot of biblical things, and I know you're not really like I'm not gonna say you're not versed in those things, but I didn't want to bombard you with all that. But yeah, when you look at Robert Safer, like he's he's alternative. Some people are gonna consider him pseudo, but like I said, pseudo is negative. You got pseudo means disingenuous, and the evidence and the information you put out is it's fake. So you have to
Now,
prove that. You know what I'm saying? Well, go
now
ahead.
Alexander Matthews, I've been watching your comments, and you seem a little biased. Okay, so um, let me be clear. Before I started going on, I've proved this over and over and over. You say I don't hear nobody claim they're Egyptian. The entire conscious community, Dr. Ben, Ashraf Kwesi, Sarah Seti, Brother Reggie, all these people teach today. They use the word these are our ancestors. They don't use it in a form in science way, like these are just human ancestors. They literally claim the ancient Egyptians to be their ancestors, right? They literally have videos claiming from the Nile River to the Niger River to the Potomac River, meaning they came from Egypt to West Africa to the South somewhere. This is what they're saying. This is what they've always taught for decades. I'm clear. I'm from 1992. I've been in this community. Okay? So they have always been teaching that the ancient Egyptians are our ancestors. Now, recently, people backpedaled off that and just say, oh, it's just an African tribe. But prior to 2.5 years ago, they all were claiming that the ancient Egyptians were their ancestors before I laid down what I'm talking about. So you haven't heard them over the last few years, no. Go ahead, AT.
Well, I want to say, those people you named, the unfortunate part is they're using the information of like the elder teachers, but they don't really improve on that. They don't take that information and say, okay, this was coming from a different time when we only had certain information, and now that we're in the genomic age, let's build on this. No, they just parrot the old stuff. And I've listened to them, and I read, like, my claim to fame is I like to read the publications year after year, article after article, and I read them and I can listen to these guys talk, and they don't give a source that was written within the last 20 years. And there's people in Egypt right now, Sudan, digging up stuff and publishing it, skeletons, pottery, lithics, etc., camel bones. They're digging up stuff and they putting out publications, and you can read it and sort of figure out stuff, and they don't talk about that stuff.
Man,
So
a lot of these dudes, they took Diop, Dr. Clark, and Dr. Dan. They built a church around it.
yes,
They did.
yes. They don't even improve on that stuff. Like, I see people arguing and they talk about Black Egypt and they bring up Diop and Synopsis and the Cairo. Like, yo, that was 60 years ago. Why are you bringing up 60-year-old information and we in 2023? That it makes no sense.
Hey, Alexander, it's nothing strange about it. You know, Moroccans wouldn't be considered black to black folk. You know that. You know, Tunisians wouldn't be considered black to black folk. You know this. You know, Libyans wouldn't be considered black. All of North Africa, this is just me saying this now. North Africa has never, ever, 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 ever been black Africa, bro. It's just what it is. You may have not watched
Yep.
any of my videos. Now, AT may disagree with me, but it's okay. We ain't gonna have it here right now. Maybe next time, AT, we can have a conversation about it.
I would say
I agree
more.
and I disagree. I agree and I disagree. I think the right answer is somebody saying, well, you know, those words are not doesn't do the region justice. That's where I would go. You know, I think we have to find better
Yeah.
language to talk
I would
about what
say, I would say, I would say it depends on how you look at it. I would say it depends on how you look at it too, because like them early Afro-Asiatic populations that migrated from the Red Sea area, they was already mixed 15,000 years ago with basically Eurasians. They didn't have kinky hair. They had like
right.
curly to straight hair. So sometimes what we call frizzy hair. Because it's another thing we should talk about too, T-Fex, is that the actual Afro style, the blowout Afro, like the Jackson 5 type Afro, that's not even a West African hairstyle. That's East African.
It's not.
You know what I'm saying?
It's not.
West Africa, they have the more short crop, afro. If they do have one. But you will find an afro when you're in the more mixed areas where like the Fulani or people like that have more frizzier hair. You know what I'm saying? Because of the
The Hammer Tribe got afros.
yeah.
I will say this though.
Yeah. Because they them Afro-Asiatic groups. But
real quick.
Okay.
I don't want people to overplay their hand, right? And if you talk about sub-Saharan contributions to Egypt, if you believe the Abu Sir data, right? They looked at the data, and in that study, it did say the absolute African, sub-Saharan African ancestry in these three mummies ranged from 6 to 15%. And those are ancient mummies. So the ancestry is there. How big was it? When did it arrive? How far does it go back? Does it decrease or increase as you go back in time? Those are all things that we could sort of investigate using data.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on real quick, Gullah. Luxa, say your last words and we'll get out of here. Everybody will get their last little spiel. Go ahead first, Luxa.
No, I'm good, bro. I just appreciate you having me on, man. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate the chat. I respect you, gentlemen, and I
Appreciate
appreciate the
you.
conversation.
Stay tuned tomorrow. I'm gonna get down tomorrow again.
Yeah, you got my inbox, bro. And if you need my number, just ask for it. We keep in contact. Let me know when you drop something. I'm subscribed anyway, so.
All right, cool. Peace out, bro.
Be easy. Peace.
Logic, you're a little late. What's happening with you? You got
I
a
am a
question?
little late, man. What's up, man?
You want to come on camera or no? Can you hear me? You muted if you can't hear me.
Oh shit! I mean, I can come on camera if you just absolutely need me to, but man, I thought you were shutting it down anyway.
I am,
What's
but
up,
I mean, I would love to see people's face I'm talking to. Just like
That's fair.
There we go. And why y'all be so scared to show your face?
I mean,
What's up, Logic? You got something?
It ain't necessarily even a comfort thing, but
You got something to share? Now you can go back.
Man, no, I thought y'all was really about to go, kind of get some more detail with the whole ancestor thing, man. I feel like I never.
Well,
I think me and Gullah tried.
Hold on, real quick, Gullah. I mean, Logic. Before you go, I need to understand. Did you see my presentation? Be honest. Be honest.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I did not see this whole presentation right here. I've heard you speak on the subject a couple times, and honestly,
But Logic, hold on, Logic. I'm gonna let you go. I just need to figure out something for myself. Folks.
Go for it.
Now, are you gonna rewind this thing and watch the presentation? So
I feel like based on the discussion at the end of it, I'm more interested now than I was, when I tuned in. So yeah.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah, go ahead now.
So look, okay, so I've tried to have this conversation a bunch of times, and I feel like I never get an honest answer. I feel like I'm not really sure what to say. I don't know how to describe it without making it sound weird. But about the ancestors, right? Like I think that there is a little bit of an element that they was dishonest on some things on purpose, and we don't get a chance to explore that, like because
who was dishonest?
We say like Dr. Ben. I'm not so sure about Diop, but I would say
if I didn't
like
ask you that question, you would have confused the audience. They wouldn't know who you was talking about.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Like Dr. Ben and like John Henry Clark, and I think that there is a subtle layer of dishonesty inside of their argument, right? Like I think that's why that you have so many people getting on here, and the only conclusion that they actually can draw is that we need to form a military, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that's, and it's such a excuse me, and it's such a like a crazy premise, and it's all built off of racism, right? Like it's all built off of a faulty premise that we've really been given by people who I felt like were being a little bit irresponsible. To my, if I had to just be honest about it.
I agree with you, Logic.
like Dr. Clark. I believe Dr. Clark was honest and he believed in whatever he taught. But Dr. Ben, I couldn't. He even lied about his own background. Like so, out of the two, I think Dr. Ben definitely was his son. Dr.
Is
Clark,
you
I
know
think
him
he actually.
lying about his background doesn't do it for me, right? For me, I actually didn't even start tripping until I realized how interconnected they are behind the scenes, right? See, that's the part that I feel like we don't kind of like exercise that to its fullest, Gullah, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I think you
they
was in the
debated
room.
each other behind the scenes too. Like Dr. Clark,
You was
Dr.
in there
Ben
when I was
argued
kind of
in
answering
certain
when I
subjects.
right. You was in there when he was telling me that he really don't know. You know, I'm talking about Uncle, but he really doesn't know these people like in real life, right? Like he's familiar with their work, but he hasn't like spent any real time with Dr. Ben, right? You get what I'm saying? I
Well,
mean, are
you
you
oh wait a minute,
familiar with
hold
the
on, hold on.
conversation?
You talking about who again? Because you're a little muffled. You're a little muffled.
Man, okay, I was trying to see if Gullah remember me having this conversation. Um, with Unc, and I was kind of bringing up the ancestors, and I'm trying to figure out why is it so difficult for us to just say that they were being, they were doing it on purpose. Now they had, I feel like their agenda was good, right? Like they wanted to do something that was really cool, but they was, keeping some stuff from us on purpose to where we had to draw the conclusions that they wanted us to draw, and not be able to evaluate all the facts and in their clearest form. That's Am I wrong? Would you say that you would disagree on it based on how I put it?
Um, no, no. I mean, I pretty much halfway agree with you. Do you follow me, Logic? You watch my videos?
I'm starting to. I follow you like when you get on other platforms. Honestly, I haven't really been tuning into your stuff super hard like that. I'm familiar with your argument. I'm interested in the whole Mediterranean thing and why is it such a touchy subject and excuse me. So that's what made me kind of get interested. To be honest with you, kind of So that was the stuff that even once that really blew up, that's when I even, kind of got interested in like what is Chief X even talking about.
Yeah, I think I'm the first brother in this so-called conscious community to ever bring up
I
the Mediterranean people argument.
I honestly learned about you through Chef, right? Like if it wasn't for Chef, I wouldn't be as interested. But the fact that Chef, he hung in there long enough for me to actually be able to hear his point, and that's what got me interested in like, what's so crazy about all this Black Egypt stuff, and it's like coming from their experience, right? Like because they get you all riled up and you get all mad at white people and all this kind of shit, right? So coming from that experience,
Hey, Logic, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. So this is gonna be your closeout. So continue, and then after you finish, just close on out, and then we're
oh
gonna
yeah,
go to
I'm gonna
then
say
we
I
then we're
just
gonna
I
go to
forgot
Gullah, and then we're
you
gonna
was
go to
getting out of
AT.
it, right? So yeah, so
Then
coming
we
from that
hold on one
experience,
second. Hold on one second. Then we're gonna go to Gullah and then AT. Go ahead.
it's just coming from that experience of being mad at the conquerors, the incoming race, to having to deal with science, it throws a big wrench in it, and it kills the whole idea of the superior race thing, and that's in the superior race. Obviously, that's you want to say that's not the goal, but if you're not trying to accomplish that, I'm not really sure what blackologists are trying to accomplish. So that's all I'm really trying to say. I wish I had called in a little bit earlier so we can elaborate on it. But I'm gonna try to get more familiar with some things
Okay, I
for sure.
appreciate you. So to get you more familiar, watch my presentations, bro. Watch the one I did on Queen T. That's one of my favorites.
I'm
I
gonna
did.
check it out. I
No,
actually
no, no.
got
Listen,
familiar
listen,
with some
listen to
Steve
listen.
was talking about it
No,
too.
no, no, no. Listen to my saying, Logic. Let's just listen, because you're gonna forget. Listen. Watch the one on Queen T I did about 3 days ago, and then watch the beginning of this one from the beginning. Okay.
All right,
All right. Peace out, bro.
all right, big dog.
Go ahead, Gully, and then AT gonna close out.
Oh yeah. What I was saying earlier when I was talking about the early Afro-Asiatic people population that populated northern portions of Africa. These people they would have been distinct. Like when they we saying ancestrals and stuff like that. They'll never be exact on who these uh the African side of the North African ancestors actually are. They always make you assume that these people are like West African looking people, but these people was East African uh, people that already was already distinct. You know what I'm saying? 50,000 years ago from other tropical populations, and as these populations went up north, they intermixed with basal Eurasians, which were people that already left out of Africa 60,000 to 70,000 years ago, and these people would have had wouldn't have been kinky haired people. They would have been dark, but not something that the picture was like South Asians or Bidoids, people of India, and they would have mixed with these Amadic populations. And then as they went up north 15,000 BCE, according to Christopher Ehret, they would intermix with Iberian Marusian populations who themselves was already mixed with a back migrated people of Basal Eurasia, which was the Maghrebi component. And also the Tyrian population was the way paleo group. They go way back, and them people would have been super dark, but they go way back. But by then, by the time the Afro-Asiatic population is around 15,000 BCE, by the time they intermix with these Iberian Maroons, they would already been like super mixed up anyway. You know what I'm saying, with these Basal Eurasians. And then once you get into like the early agriculture, 10,000 middle Heliocene, 6,000 BCE, you would have had other a constant migration of Eurasian populations migrated in and bringing in the SLC45 gene, becoming lighter, lighter, what I'm saying, in certain areas, and bringing in certain other mutations over time. So you had different layers. You had different layers of Eurasians, back migrating, and East Africans migrating, what I'm saying, into Asia and stuff like that. Especially when you really study that E3B marker. That's all I want to say. That was my argument about the thing. Like even the quote unquote tropical component that North Africans do inherit or have, that it doesn't come from just any part of sub-Saharan Africa. It comes from like the Ethiopian Eastern Rift highlands. In those areas, even though it's in the sub-Saharan regions, it's exception because it's what they call a mountain, a tropical mountain. It's like a mountain, and the weather there is similar to Asia anyway. It's not, what I'm saying, it's in sub-Saharan Africa, but it's not the same weather as it is in savanna regions more to the west. Even in those areas, that's even the same reason in highlands Ethiopia. It's the only place in sub-Saharan Africa, or areas what they call sub-Saharan Africa. It's the only place where you can grow wheat and barley because it's light, because the weather there is similar to North Africa and Asia. You can't grow wheat and barley in other places in sub-Saharan Africa at all.
I appreciate you, Gullah. And one thing I'm gonna do next, and I think you need to be on this stream. I appreciate you coming on, though. But one thing I'm gonna do next, I'm gonna have to do it again because I'm seeing everybody fuck up the origins of where the Afro-Asiatic language comes from. And just to be truthful, the experts, not me, I'll be lying and always only say Africa. The experts will tell you they're not exactly sure. It could have came from the Levant or down by the Horn or by the Red Sea where you always talk about. This is
Yeah,
what the
yeah,
experts say. So
yeah,
they're
they
not
do.
sure and they don't make a hard stance. They tell you those two areas. They don't just never say the Levant or they don't never just say Africa. You know what I mean?
No,
But
no,
I noticed the Afrocentrics and like Ankh always like to just say strictly Africa. It
yeah,
came out of
strictly
Africa,
African.
and
Yeah,
that's just not. It's just not true.
it's because you got two different schools of thought. You got the Milledrift school of thought. You know what I'm saying? Those Germans, they think, they go with the Asian theory, and then you have the Delafosse school of thought, which Christopher Ehret, Roger Blanche go up under. But you do, what the thing is, you have more arguments on which place in Africa that it came from than just the Levant region, and also based on the diversity of the language in linguistics, it's a telltale sign. You have a bunch of diversity in the language that it came from that area. Hermiat of that region. You have the most diversity of that language in that Red Sea, Eritrean
Cool.
type area. But yeah,
Pre-
but you do have, it is split. You know what I'm saying? The experts, you know what I'm saying, it is, up and down thing. They do have debates and arguments about that.
Cool.
But even
Appreciate.
but I would say even Roger Blanche, for example, like some of the
Wait, no,
places.
don't go too deep. We're gonna do a video. I'm gonna do it.
Okay,
I'll
okay,
probably
bet,
do my
bet,
next live, but I
bet.
appreciate you, Gullah.
Okay, no problem, man. Anytime, man.
All right. Now, take as long as you want. At close out. Say what you want to say,
Um,
and do your thing.
People need to read more. If you really want to know, like if you go to the Wikipedia prehistoric Egypt page, you can sort of read that information in 5 minutes. But if you really want to know, just scroll all the way down to the bottom, and those 101 sources, read those sources, because people are biased, and they may say one thing in the passage, and then you read the source and it's like a lie through omission. And reading these sources, you can read 5 of these sources and learn more than everything on this page. And so that's what you really have to do. And when someone challenges you on something, you can say, oh well, I believe this because I saw it in this source. And a lot of times they won't have a response because they only read the page, they didn't read the source, and that's it. I'll leave it at that. A lot of people didn't read the Abu Sir study, and they're in the comments saying something. You have to read the study. You can't just look at the picture. You have to read the study. If the study says 6%, don't say they had zero, because 6% is more than zero. Give me the 6%. I'll take the 6%. If it's 2%, give me the 2%. Don't say zero. And I'm like in the position where we're going to be truthful. If your connection to Egypt is from 40,000 years ago, then say it's from 40,000 years ago. Don't say it's from 5,000 years ago. If you want to feel special and, oh, we're both haplogroup E, okay, well, that connection goes back 40,000 years. If you want to be technical, okay, I'll give you that. At least you're telling the truth. That's my motto. Tell the truth. Don't get butt hurt that your ancestor has, this lineage instead of that lineage. And it just sort of is what it is. That's it. Maybe one day I'll start to make videos, but I don't know.
Well, I want to apologize again because I was a little harsh. I didn't know your stance or who you were. I never heard from
No,
you.
it's all good. It's
But
all good.
I like your stance. I think you're mature and an intelligent guy, and I appreciate you coming on. Apologies again. This is a
Apology
decent stream.
accepted.
This is a decent stream, and I like what you just said because no, I think I'm the only one who likes to use this phrase. You said lie by omission, and people do that a lot. I call it lying, but they just lie by omission. That means you just didn't admit it. You withheld information that it could have uh, um, informed people more, and you withheld it, so you lied by omission. Right. So I appreciate you, At,
All right.
and I'm probably go live tomorrow again. So
All
check with
right.
me.
If I'm around, I'll hop on.
All right, you take care, bro.
Good time.
Just me and you, oh baby. There's just me and you now. All right, y'all. Let me just go through these comments and make sure I ain't missed a question or anything. I don't know why African teachers so fixated on making them of this admixture issues. Oh man. Okay, y'all. Peace out. We've been on too long.